everybody. How is everyone doing this fine Friday afternoon, soon to be evening? Yeah, I really wish there was something else I could say about that, but that was the only thing that popped in my head. Anyway, that is neither here nor there. What is important, however, is what we are doing for today's stream. So why don't we head on over to this page and let's get our game loaded up. There we go. And I'm just gonna change it like so. There we go. So now, just in case anyone's in chat, I can see who was there. And of course, we have our chances of Chinese, Japanese, and English. Obviously, I know nothing about Japanese, and I am not skillful enough in Japanese, so English it is. From Sukaban Games. Yisbrid Games as well. Glitch City, 2070X AD. A city that shouldn't exist. A tax haven where corruptions and criminal empires reign supreme. In this place, all human life has been infected by nanomachines to keep them in check. Over them stands the wide... I don't know. Couldn't be able to read all of it. Here, brutally in all of its forms, is an everyday reality. The quality of life for non-powerful decreases every now and then. For many, this could be overwhelming. Some devote themselves to their jobs, their families, or even their studies. Some look for escape ways to places. But for some of them, or many of them, the answers lie within the bottom of a glass. On a small road just seconds away from the main street, somewhere near the slums, you can find the Hala, or BTC, known as Valhalla. But that's a mouthful, so we just call it Valhalla. A small oasis in the middle of a concrete desert, a fountain of spirits waiting for tired souls. And it's here where the story unfolds. But more importantly, should be fine. Let's lower it down to 5. Yes, to 5. So that way we don't need to worry about the music being too loud that we can't hear it, but at the same time it's not too soft. And I guess, all the other bits there. I technically have done this game before. Yeah, up to date too. But then again, I barely remember any bit of this. So why don't we just pretend we're playing a brand new game and just start from there. Thank you for playing Valhalla. This game is best played getting comfortable. Grab some drinks, some snacks, and enjoy. So sit back and relax. We hope you have a good time. Apparently my chat was offline for a bit. Psst! Hey, over here! Boo! How's that for an entrance? Come on, Joe. Look sharp. The game's getting started and the player needs a very good first impression of its main character. I know you served a bunch of tuxedo-clad corgis over the weekend and the bar will eventually close. And I'll admit, my little prank on you might have gone a bit overboard. But remember, life is 90% of how you take it. Just stay focused and look on the brighter side of things. I have no idea what the brighter side is, but you should totally find it. In any case, you should totally check that parcel you just got. See ya! Oh. Just a dream. There's something near my door. Chapter 1. Primera. Your membership to Shining Figured will automatically renew on the 17th. Make sure that your bank account has at least $800 by then. Make sure you save up your data by using a Life Backup app. You can now browse the Augmented Eye. The Boss and Me. And then... So... This is... What? So, what was that letter from? Nobody. Guess I'll check this. Welcome, Jill. Augmented Eye. Mass immigration continues as... Wonderlanders are the newest threat. Cyborg in heels return next year. This acting is unnatural. I don't think he cares about the rules of nature anyway. Let's see, Cyborg in Heels returns next year to the Super Silver Thunderdome by Lana Smithy. Let's see, the popular show Cyborg in Heels returns to the Dome this March, with tickets going on sale in January. Cyborg in Heels is a massive stage show about a cyborg fighting terrorism while wearing heels. Director Quentin Hayter explained Cyborg in Heels' special appeal during the exclusive interview with the Augmented Eye. What's not to love about it? It's a cyborg wearing heels, cutting stuff! That's literally something we've never seen before. A niche market I'm willing to capitalize on. Check out the full interview in the next few weeks, exclusively here in the Augmented Eye. Let's see, Wanderers here. Wonder what Alma thinks of this whole thing. Wanderers are the newest threats to your security. Beware, by Kimberly LaValette. If you thought Alice_Rabbit was good at cracking the most complicated security protocols in the world, then this new group will certainly blow your mind. They've yet to make an impact as big as Alice_Rabbit, but they seem to be aiming very high with the recent threats issued against Prime Minister Quincy. We hold full access to Quincy's email network and will release the whole database this January, the group declared during the stream. Shallow threats. When questioned, the Prime Minister Quincy dismissed all the group's threats while stating he's not, quote, hiding anything, end quote, and is not afraid of a possible leak of his email history. Maybe everyone will get to see what kind of TV I bought last month. Wild parties. The people behind the Wonderlanders seem to enjoy dressing in all kinds of rabbit costumes during the stream, from Anthro to Bunny Girl. The purpose was to show the love and respect they have for Alice_Rabbit and their role in today's politics. We want to follow their example while having some fun. We're not sure if this will go anywhere, but we'll be there to tell you if it does. Mass immigration. Mass immigration continues as Quincy reveals new economic adjustments by Kimberly LaValette. Would you leave? Not without you. With inflation rates amongst the highest in the world, constant shortages of basic groceries, and rampant violent crimes, Glitch City's citizens looking for a better life in other countries. Quincy, however, isn't happy with this. They'll learn in our schools and universities, the Prime Minister said during a talk with the Augmented Eye, but they apply what they learn somewhere else, and I find it rather insulting. This comes after revealing new economic measure for the city, which most analysts consider to be useless for the current environment. They don't know shit, concluded Quincy. Ooh, scandalous. And, no, nothing else new about that. Music? Guess not. force to save load feature. Let's save here. So we can know for certain. Nothing else. Well, if nothing else, guess that means it's time to go to work. Tuesday, December 13th. Evening. Ah, hey there, Jill. Oh, hey, John. When will you admit you have a John face, Gil? When you let people call you Jules. Shut up. Are you okay? You look a little distracted. Hey, where's the boss? I don't know. She went out to buy some stuff and... Hey, did you just hear what I just told you? Huh? You say something? Yes, that you look very distracted. Very distracted. That's nothing. I'm just thinking about stuff is all. What kind of stuff? Well, I have to pay the rent by the 30th, which, you know, always stressful, and... There's also the fact that I spent a full hour yesterday apparently talking to myself. Yeah, don't think for a brief moment I didn't notice you there. Not to mention the fact that 2 days ago I found out that the bar is at risk of closing down. So, not only is my life being shaken up, but I'm apparently going crazy. On top of that, Neutering 4 left me with a completely empty wallet, and I'll get evicted if I miss my rent again. And there's all the beer cans around my apartment, and... Jill! Oh, sorry, did you say something? Are you sure you can really work today? Of course I can. Well then, let's go through the basics then, shall we? Just in case. If you can make a piano man, I'll skip the rest. But bear with me for a second here, okay? Alright, let's start off with the sugar rush. Look for the recipe using navigation in the recipe book that it will show you on the top left. You can also sort drinks between flavor or, flavors like sweet or types like manly. Just drag the desired amount of ingredients from the cells onto the right in the shaker. Gil. When done, be sure to press the mix button, and then press it again to stop mixing. Click the serve button or the drink itself to serve it, and it'll all be there. Oh, but if the drink looks a bit messed up, you'll have to press the reset button and try again. You can press reset at any time, even when the shaker's moving, so don't be afraid to use it, Gil. I'm the one who went through the formal BTC instruction. Well then, this should be no problem. So it looks like Gil wants either a Sugar Rush or a Piano Man. If I mess up the ingredients or the drink, I can move the reset bar again. Let's see. So, what's a Sugar Rush or a Piano Man? There's a Piano Woman, but that's a sweet drink. And also there's a Sugar Rush for a sweet drink. Let's see, maybe Sugar Rush is a girly drink. Ah, here we go. Piano Man is a promo drink. So either a girly drink like a Sugar Rush or a promo drink like Piano Man. Let's go for Piano Man. So Piano Man is 2 Adelhyde. 1, 2. 3 Bronson extract. 1, 2, 3. 5 Power Delta. 5 Flunner Guide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 3 Karmatrine. 1, 2, 3. So 2, 3, 5, 5, 3. Okay. All on the rocks. And all mixed. This drink does not represent the opinions of Bar Pianist Union or its associates. It's a sour promo drink and very strong. Uh-oh. Success! We've made a piano man! Here. Happy. Yes! Very much so. I stand corrected. Now then, let's get working. One thing I should mention, when I first played this, I was mixing it, and then to the point where it was violently shaking. No, you just tap mix once, and then like half a second to a second later, press mix again, and that's good enough. I learned that the hard way, because I think beforehand it was like a gargle lifestone kind of drink, so little fun fact there. Oh yeah, before I forget, you can make any drink big by doubling the amount of ingredients. But if the recipe has over 10 ingredients already, then you already know the drink is pretty big. Oh, and if a recipe says to use optional Karmatrine, then it means you can use either none or, if you choose so, fill it to the brim. Optional Karmatrine doesn't necessarily count towards making a big drink, of course. Karmatrine is, of course, the alcoholic factor in a drink. It doesn't change the taste, but the amount still does have an effect. Of course, if you add too much of it, the client will get drunk faster, so please be mindful of that. Are you done with your useless exposition? Now I am, yes. Hey guys! Oh, but... Who is that? Don't rightly know. Found her while I was out shopping. Why bring her here? Well, it's either leave her outside at the mercy of society's finest, or bring her unconscious body in here. You do realize he's going to make quite a ruckus once she wakes up, right? That's up for you to deal with. I'll be in my office. You can't just push that responsibility onto us. We have work to do too, you know, damn it! There's 2 of you. Believe in yourselves. Do you think the chief knocked her out? Nah, highly unlikely. She'd be crowing about it or taunting us if that truly were the case. Besides, it's not like her to pick on such a small girl. Or at least not unprovoked. Yeah, you're right. Guess we'll just need to keep it quiet. She seems to be just sleeping soundly, not comatose. Yeah. Okay then, time to start the night. Yeah. I'll start working while you go clean the bathroom. Come again? While you spent the whole weekend and Monday doing God knows what, we've had some interesting clients come in. Dogs. Lots of them. You're joking, Gil. You've known me for how long now? Do I really look like the kind of woman who would make up a joke like that? Well, so, as punishment for leaving me to deal with all of that by my lonesome, you'll be in charge of cleaning the bathrooms. Have fun. Just that? Fine. I see no problem. Where's the cleaning stuff? Here. You brought that from home, didn't you? That I did. Fine. Now that that's out of the way, let's play some music on the new jukebox. This model needs to have all of its 12 slots filled with songs before it can even start. I wonder what was the logic behind that decision. So let's see. Suppose we could start with that. Although I think if memory serves, we pretty much have to fill it up to the brim. And then it's just a loop from that. So there you go. Alright, time to mix drinks and change lives. Hey you, give me a beer. Oh, sure, right on it. He wants a beer. He looks like quite the big guy, though. So, manly drink. Nope, classic drink. Let's see, for the price, the low price of $200. We need 1 Adelhyde, 2 Bronson extracts, 1 Power Delta, 2 Flauner Guide, and 4 Carmatrain. All of it mixed. Traditionally brewed beer has become a luxury, but this one's pretty close to the real deal. It's a classic, bubbly, vintage drink. So let's see, just double check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 4. Yep, looks good to me. Mix, 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 and boom. We have ourselves a beer. Here you go. No, this ain't gonna cut it. Give me a big one. Sure. So, same thing as before, only, double the amount. So, in that case, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Mix, 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 and boom. A large beer. How about this one? Yes! Now, this one's fit for a man such as myself. Right. You're lucky I was in a meeting close by. This hellhole could certainly use a presence like mine. Although, to be fair, work has taken me to worse hellholes. Like New Jersey the 3rd. Huh. What kind of work do you do anyway, mister? Hey, you're talking to Donovan D. Dawson, Chief Editor and owner of the Augmented Eye. Nothing gets published there without my blessing. Well, the day certainly started with quite the interesting fellow, it seems. So you're the one to blame for the barrage of daily articles on Alice_Rabbit, then? Hey, people love those articles. They love reading articles about that urban legend. And can you blame them? The idea of some wild-card hacker working for their own goals and no one else's. That's the kind of corny shit that brings the clicks from all kinds of people. And of course, clicks bring money. And money, of course, brings the nice stuff. Stuff such as cars, houses, and plastic surgery for the missus and her kids. Well, guess I'm not complaining about the fact you write the articles about the hacker. Guess it's just that you write about them every single day is all. At this point, some of it isn't even news, just speculations or copycats. Guess I can't read your newspaper's daily feed without running into at least one article about Alice_Rabbit. Well, first of all, I don't write about it. My associates do. Poor bastards think it'll help them become full-time employees. I'm just capitalizing on this topic while it's still popular. And second, you're tired of one article about a supposed hacker, but none all the daily stories about murderers and other horrors such as that, right? Well, truth to tell, I always filter out that section. I'd rather not start my day off scared and bitter. I have enough pressure and problems as it is, so I really don't need to add Glitch City's lovely citizens to that list. You're smarter than you look, kid. Though if more people were like you, I'd probably go bankrupt from the lack of traffic. Still, it would make my job quite easier. Really? How so? Well, people get people get bored of a certain kind of news after seeing it repeatedly. Desensitized. The word you're thinking of is desensitized. When I started in this job, it only took the news of some elderly woman being killed just to guaranteed clicks. Now, you need an elderly woman who's carrying a sick baby boy that ends up getting hit by a truck. For some reason, death's just not enough. They need a full sob story behind it. That's why I like those urban legends. They're easier to write about. That and you can make up any kind of shit you want to. Spam them while they're hot. And even people like you, people who avoid the murder stories, will end up seeing them. That's what brings in the money. And like I said, money's good. Hard to counteract with that point. So, what about the opinion columns? Aren't those a good source of traffic too? I hate those brats. They just write about how they're better than everyone else. They might also write about how everyone that likes a certain something should be sodomized. And the worst part about it is that they know half of our clicks come from them, so they get all diva-like on my ass. I think you're being a bit too harsh. But what about... No, wait. Sorry, I was thinking of another newspaper. Yeah, the columnists on your page are quite annoying. You see? The kid on the restaurant critique column. Shit, forgot that brat's name. Restaurant? I believe that's that kid. Couldn't care less about his name. Well, anyways, his column is the least visited of the bunch. He gets less hit than the obituaries. However, he still insists that I keep paying for his adventures to outrageous restaurants. Ordinarily, I wouldn't have any problem with that. You know, if he actually wrote about half of the places he visits. Really? How so? Truth to tell, he rarely writes about the places the newspaper sends him to. I've even heard he tries to get free meals by proclaiming that he's a food critic. Poor bastard only gets laughed at when he says that. You know, now that you mention it, I do seem to recall some guy coming here asking for free drinks and saying he was a critic or whatever. Tell me, did he look like a fat child with a really small face? No. Wasn't this one then. Well, anyways, all this talk has made me thirsty. Try to give me a beer this time, please. Coming right up. Beer again. This man really likes his beers. They come cheaper in bulk at the store, though. So, yes, once again, he wants another beer, so why not? And considering the small beers aren't enough, this means we're doubling the amount. So, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Mix, 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 and boom! We have ourselves a beer. Here. It's the big things that make life all worthwhile. That's the stuff. Well, what about big troubles? Did I stutter, kid? Right. So, tell me, You happen to see any celebrities in this hellhole? Please stop referring to this place as a, quote, hellhole. Well, if a place smells like soap and dog piss, I'm within my constitutional right to call it a hellhole. I'm doing my best here, thank you very much. Who was that? Nobody important. Hey, I heard that! Hey, don't be offended by what I say. Look, kid, I'm insulting the building, not necessarily you. You can think of it as a small hole in hell, rather than a hellish hole, if you like. Charming. So, celebrities? No, not really. At least, none that I know of. Why? Well, to begin with, you have a very serious VIP as a client, but I don't see you losing your shit. You're not making me feel special or anything, honey. And second, because I'm always up for gossip regarding famous people, especially the red carpet kind of famous. Those folks people pretend to love, but actually want to see them fall from grace. Pretend to love? Fall from grace? Why do you think that gossip about famous people always sells? People pretend that they love their famous celebrities, but all they really want is to see their idols torn down to their level. All they want to do is see them suffer, to get their comeuppance for daring to be so much more successful than them. Nah, I think gossip is just something everyone enjoys, but no one really wants to admit to enjoying. Well, you thought wrong, little missy. But even if you were right, it wouldn't change the fact that people love that kind of stuff. They want to escape their lives by living somebody else's. Sadly, I fail to see the appeal in that whole thing. I mean, what do I care if this guy I saw in some random movie was wearing socks with sandals, or if they are dating God who knows what. Granted, socks with sandals is particularly a public indecency, but still. Oh, please. As a bartender, I bet you would have a very strong voyeuristic streak. Your kind always loves to hear that stuff. Just like hairdressers. This sounds hypocritical coming from you. Even if that were the case, I don't sensationalize what people do. I don't make it more than that person you know from TV acts like a human. Sensationalize, to be fair, is the key word here. In fact, just the other day, I saw this, quote, committee, end quote, judge bitching over what some girl was wearing to that store. No matter what you say, these people don't exist solely to entertain the public. So you say. But this problem exists only because they're the ones constantly cultivating the idea that they're perfect and untouchable. Going to exotic locales, dressing up in elegant ways, indulging in every luxury that they can think of. All that just leaves the public craving for those little moments when they make a mistake and fall down to their level. Can't say that's a lie, but sometimes the crowd just wants to see them being human. Hey, that dude that plays the nice guy truly is indeed a nice guy. Though to be fair, the gossip articles don't really help. What with the sensationalization bits and all. I mean, it feels like they're instigating a behavior that really shouldn't even be acknowledged in the first place. You like your big words, eh, brat? Well, two can play that game of... Hey, you're a bartender, right? No, I'm a lab rat hell-bent on world conquest. Sarcasm wastes both my time and money. as well as your energy. I suggest you refrain from using it. Anyway, I just realized that a bartender like you must have heard quite a few stories in her career. Talk about changing subjects. Maybe. Why? Well, wouldn't you like a column talking about those? I bet they would sell quite well. It would be like that priest who published, quote, confessionary stories, end quote, and then get excommunicated and lynched for. People usually tell me all this stuff because they know I'm just a simple bartender. Just a personal stranger of sorts. Well, we could have you ghost riding. Half of our staff normally do that anyway. They do? You don't really think Lana Smithy is just one person, do you? It's basically the same reason why if you want to be an actor, but you want your name to be anonymous, you used an alias Alan Smithy. So I could imagine Lana Smithy being the exact same thing. Figures. Anyway, eventually, the people from the stories would know it's them and blame me. Not only would that hurt us as a business, it would hurt me. I really like hearing clients rant about their lives. Oh, not to mention, I suppose it would also hurt the clients as well. Well, if you ever retire, just know that offer is waiting for you. Yeah, like you'll remember me 2 weeks from now. I'll consider it. Anyway, Mr. Donovan, would you care for another drink? That's Mr. Donovan to you. Mr. Donovan. Did I say something wrong? Not at all. I just really like the sound of that. Mr. Donovan. Mr. Donovan. Is it really that special? At work, everyone calls me Mr. Dawson, or Boss. Boss is just a title. It's too impersonal and cold. Is it? Mr. Dawson was my father, and my grandfather. Sounds too general. But Mr. Donovan. Now that's more like it. They're referring it to me, to the man in front of them. Not to my family, not to my position as a boss. To me. Well, do you want your employees to get personal with you, Mr. Donovan? Oh, good gods, no. Though I want them to fear me. And not because I'm their boss or the name appearing in their paychecks, but rather because I strike mortal dread into them. Starting tomorrow, I'm gonna make everyone call me that. Oh yeah, you were asking about something beforehand. What was it? A drink. Another one. Do you want it? Ah, yes. Though I do need to cut myself off. I just remembered that I have a night shift later on. Why don't you give me something bitter and big? Though, not alcoholic. I just need something to wake myself up. I can do that for you. Let's see. Something bitter, big, and no alcohol in it. So first off, let's go to flavor and bitter drinks. So we need something that we can make a big portion of, but it contains no alcohol. Here we go. There's a sunshine cloud. Contains 2 Autohide and 2 Bronson, with the option of Carmetrine, which, as we all know, this is where the alcohol comes from, so we could do that. Let's see, a Gut Punch. There's also that. It's supposed to mean a punch made of innards, but the name actually describes what you feel while drinking it. Plus, it is another manly drink. Don't get as much money, though. Pile Driver. Nope, that contains alcohol, so we'll go for that. Suplex. Nope, too big. And Grizzly Temple. Nope. So let's go for this. I think what we want... I'd imagine he would be fine with the Sunshine Cloud, since it does cost more. But since it's a soft, girly drink, let's try going for the Gut Punch, the strong, manly drink. That's also bitter. So for that, we will need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And since it's a big portion, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then 1 Flounder Guide. And since it's 2 of them, 1, 2. It's aged and mixed. So it's aged, mix, and boom! We got ourselves a Gut Punch. Here you go. Well, paint me blue and call me Sue. You can actually do it. Well, this'll help me stay up late tonight. Say, kid, does this bar have any investors? Huh. For once it didn't call it a hellhole. Has he grown to love this place? Well, there was some bloke named Sven that wanted to give us money if we stamped his face all over the place. Though, aside from that, no. These bars are pretty much like any other fast food chain, so there really are no local investors. Why do you ask? Just want to let you know just how lucky you bastards truly are. Believe me, investors suck harder than my first wife's mouth. Those bastards think that they're so important just because they put their money in the company. Well, that's... I mean, you give me money so you can make more. Let me do my thing and I'll give you your money. But no! They have to stick their noses and start charging the silliest of stuff. What good is it to be the boss if you still have to work for someone else? Well, you still have to answer to unions, the government, and those kind of organizers from those organizations, don't you? Well, yeah, but that's merely paperwork. I make somebody else do it and call it a day. These losers ask for meetings. They start talking about stuff they don't like, stuff they find offensive. And there's always that one guy or gal that says, hey, why don't you do what that other newspaper does? Recently, they told me that they needed more clicks. More clicks! I make sure to keep stuff spicy while still keeping production quality up. But it's never enough for them. Well, you know what? They want more clicks? I'll give them more clicks. I'll show them what happens when I do what they want and don't reject ideas. They'll know who the hell Donovan D. Dawson is. Should I be worried? Nah. At least he paid for his drinks before storming off. Though I wonder what happened with Sven. We never did hear from him again. Jill! Yes? What the hell happened in that bathroom? That kind of mess usually requires you to have thumbs. Crafty dogs, I tell you. You think their short legs would hinder them? The ceiling! The sinks! The toilets! The vents! Shh! You'll wake up Briar Rose over there. I won't forget this. Yeah. Oh, a client. Welcome to Valhalla. What can I... Big gut punch. Fast. Alright. He wants a gut punch? Well, I'll give him a gut punch, alright. So, once again, bitter drink, gut punch. So, he said he wanted a gut punch, but he also wanted a big one. Never said he didn't want any, caramentine, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All of it aged, and mix, 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 mix. Boom! We have ourselves a big gut punch. Here. You actually can do it then. This crack house is a bar? Hellhole, crack house. Ugh. Smells like dog urine and soap. How the hell do you expect someone to feel comfortable in here? I'm surprised you decided to come into our little crack house at all, mister. What the hell do you care? The payment registry says so otherwise. Sorry for the question then, Mr. Ingram McDougal. Anyway, sorry about the smell. We are currently working on fixing it. Turns out there was an incident over the weekend. But it's Tuesday. Please, let me know what I can do to make your experience a more pleasant one, regardless. If I pay you, will you come with me to a motel for a couple hours? No. Well, then I have no use for you beyond giving me drinks. Such pleasant clientele tonight. Then may I ask why you decided to come to our bar then? I don't know. Somebody recommended me to this place, and I have absolutely no idea why she likes it. She says he's a regular here and all. Somehow I'm starting to doubt her tastes. Regular, huh? Mind if I ask who? No. I will concede one thing, though. Whoever picks the music here at least has decent tastes. Hey, Jill, where did you put that dish soap at? Apparently, Gil's run out. Just below the sink where it's always been. Right. Oh, a customer. Good evening, sir. Hope you're enjoying your stay here in Valhalla. So, any other feedback you want to provide the establishment so we can enhance your customer experience? Nah, nothing really. That's an interesting change of heart. I can't afford to slander this place, knowing she's here. Wait, you know my boss? I can't really say I don't know her, but I know who she is. Dana Zane, the Red Comet. The woman who fended off mall rioters all by herself, knocked them out cold, one by one. That's an achievement and title I've never even heard of before. Granted, I know the boss did quite a few things before opening this bar, but that sounds... Would you happen to know how she got her mechanical arm? I've heard a couple of stories, but they sound too fantastical for it to be true. Well, you've had an interesting change of attitude. Well, I saw that woman take out armed rioters with her bare hands. I swear, once you see something like that, it's hard not to keep your mouth shut in front of them. Interesting. Well, you can relax, though. I've only seen her deal with clients personally about 2 or 3 times. One involved Class 5 weaponry. The other one a, quote, pickup artist, end quote. And the latest had an alpaca. An alpaca? Well, not really an alpaca, but... Well, there's this woman that owns a textile company. She got really drunk and... she started screaming that she was an alpaca. She started spitting on everything afterwards, and my boss had to show her the exit. Personally, I'd rather not remember that evening, so why don't we just leave it at that? Well, can I get you anything else? Why don't you give me a pile driver, please? Please? Well, that's a word I haven't heard of today. Alright then, it's coming right up. He wants a pile driver. I honestly feel like suplexing him, though. So we know it was under bitter drinks. So he wants a pile driver. And he never said he wanted a big drink or not. So let's just assume he wants big drink. But the pile driver, it doesn't burn as hard on the tongue, but you better not have a sore throat while drinking it. So for this, we'll need 3, 3, 4. So in this case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 8 carmatine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nothing on ice, nothing aged, just all mixed. Mix, 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 and boom! We got ourselves a big pile driver. Here you are. It's fine, I guess. Hey lady, have you ever faked an orgasm? Well, I'm sorry, I think I heard wrong. I asked if you ever faked an orgasm. That's a question I refuse to answer. Then I'll take that as a yes. I was just thinking about how good a lie can be. I mean, even the most sincere people lie every once in a while. Lies can buy you time. Lies can make you happy. Reality will come crashing through that door eventually. But for that moment, a lie can give meaning to you. I say lies are like your porno stash. You know they exist, but you shouldn't acknowledge them. Does that really mean you faked an orgasm? Because you look like you've had a lot of experience. Still, that's quite the random thought to just suddenly have. Are you perhaps lying about something right now? Not really. I was just thinking about people making polite comments about this crack house. Of course you were. Hey, I'm gonna need another drink here. Already? Don't you think you're drinking a bit quickly? Well, that's my problem, not yours. Why don't you give me a fringe weaver? Alright, let's give him the fringe weaver. Also, thank you for the 15-month resub there, Kefka. Jesus Christ. It's like drinking ethylene alcohol with a spoonful of sugar. It's a classic bubbly drink, but my God, is it strong. And considering he is a type who wants big drinks, let's see. 1, 2, and then 18, so just load to the brim with this. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Jesus Christ. So let's see. All aged and mixed. So age it. Mix, 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 mix. Boom. And we have a fringe weaver. Alright. Please try not to drink this too fast. Hey, that's up to me. Hey, lady. Have you ever felt empty? Empty? How? Like hungry? No. I meant empty, as if there's a part of you missing. Can't say I particularly have. Well, I just feel there's this part of myself that lacks something. An urge to get or do something that I just can't satisfy. Have you ever tried taking up a hobby? Granted, it might not solve your problems, but it might keep you busy enough to avoid thinking about it. Any suggestions? Well, there's collecting stuff, reading, bungee jumping, combat sports, exercising. Sounds a hell of a lot cheaper than the alternative. Which is bitches and alcohol. I tried sex tourism once. It was like a bloody Russian roulette of STDs, so I left midway through. I once burned my Christmas bonus hiring 3 women for an orgy. I swear, porn is more amusing and way cheaper. I've also hired a girl to act like my daughter for a day for 3 years in a row now. I don't know. Nothing seems to do it. Have you ever tried rescuing a puppy? Well, you can't fuck puppies. Or even if you can, you really shouldn't. Well, then I'm drawing a blank. Can't think of anything that would help otherwise. I was expecting you to help me. Or to believe me. Huh? Who knows? I could have been lying through my teeth this whole entire time. Look, lady, people lie. Anyway, I'm leaving. The smell is killing me. Please be sure to come back again. Don't count on it. Good. Boss, I'm gonna take my break now. Alright. Valhalla. Yep, it's here. May as well. It's now safe to keep playing. Please be sure not to close the game. If only I had that command. See that puppy? I'm gonna fuck it. Oh well, at least I didn't get locked up this time. And gotta choose new music. I wonder, oh, it's already there. So I can't... Oh, by right-clicking them. Okay, fair enough. Let's see. Please try and set the mood. I know that's a good one. Maybe as a later portion. Nah. Pass up on that one. Drive me wild. Sure. Good for health, bad for... Oh yeah, that's a definite. Who was I? Is it odd that I'm hearing this while police sirens are going outside of my room right now? That's the case, maybe I should have added in troubling news. Which sounds absolutely nothing like the title would suggest. What the fuck? Gays invited? Oh, geez, that's way too classy. No, 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 no. Yeah, I think our order is going to be Welcome to Valhalla, or Neon Glow Lights, Welcome to Valhalla, Drive Me Wild, Good for Health, Bad for, Who Was I, and then finish it off with Every Day is Night. There we go. Okay then, back in action. Good evening. Good eve... Would you mind taking your helmet off? Oh, sorry. It's so comfortable. I usually forget I have it on. Is that better? Yes, thank you. So, what can I get you, Miss... Master Specialist, Seipi Asagiri of the 765th Division Valkyrie Corps at your service. Wait. No, that's too long. Maybe Sei is just good. Okay, then Sei, what can I get for you? Let's see. I'm in a mood for a sweet drink. Ooh, but not necessarily sweet as in cool. Although a cool drink would be nice too. But not cool as in great, and especially not as in big. More so since I do have to get up early tomorrow and I can't afford to have a hangover. Sorry, did you get that? Sweet drink, preferably cold, but not too big. Right? Yeah, that's it. I think I could do that. Just give me a second. Let's see. Something small, sweet and icy. What if I have something there? Well, first off, if we want a sweet drink, look no further than here. See, a small and sweet drink with ice. With no alcohol. There's Sugar Rush. It's a sweet, light, and fruity drink. As girly as it gets. There's also a Sparkle Star. But let's see. It's all mixed, so no ice. No ice, so that's not good. Blue Fairy. Nope. Moon Blast. All on the rocks and blended. But that's got alcohol in there, so probably not that. What was that? That was that. Alright, let's see. Brand Teeny. It's all mixed. Piano Woman. All aged and mixed. Honestly, I think this might be the closest one I can get to. Also, I just realized the comment. Eizen's official waifu. Are we talking about that puppy that we're fucking? Because I absolutely would disagree with that. Not saying, just saying. Let's see, 6, 7, 8, and 10. So it could be a big one, but she said she wanted a small one. So if it's all with ice. Ah, okay, that makes sense. The current customer. Which, to be fair, that wouldn't be wrong. Alright, so far as sweet drinks go, it's the only one that has on the rocks. So, we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No Bronson extract. 1 Power Delta. 1 Flunnergeed. And 2 Karmatrines. All on the rocks. Mix, 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 and boom. No, that is not a good drink. Let's try that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 1, 1, 2. On the rocks and blended. Yeah, there's got to be a way how to change it. So I wonder. Maybe I did it wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe I should have started with the ice and then do everything else from there. Apparently not. Actually, let's start here. Maybe I'll find something that's worthwhile. Oh, actually, but that's aged mixed. Because I need something with Something that's sweet. It's a small drink that is small sweet drink on the ice. Yeah, and that's the other thing. As far as sweet goes, that's the only one that fits the bill. Be a sugar rush. Sunshine Cloud on the rocks, so blended with optional, so maybe we'll go for this one. But then again, that's bitter, so that's not going to work. I mean, I could do this. I really wish there was an option to change it to blend rather than mix. And the sad thing is, I did technically do this beforehand, so not sure what exactly it is that I'm missing here. Or, wait a minute. Do I have any bottled drinks? A fedora with perfume and plum. Every drink here is priced at $500. Not getting a description, so I'm not sure if I can go for that. Give this another go. Wait a minute. Was this it? No. So I was going to say, if it worked, then add in the ice, but I guess that's not going to work. Oh! Of course. The light shakes are the mix. The rough shaking is the blending. Of course. So let's see if that works. Here you are. Ah, yes! This is just what I needed. Thanks. You know, we usually don't get many white knights as clients. I can only remember one other, in fact. You said you were from the Valkyrie Corps, right? Are you the guys who deal with the riots and such? Riots? Oh! No. You're thinking of the Blitzkrieg Corps. You know, the ones with the huge plated suits, right? Yeah, those. No, we're different people. I mean, we're obviously are different people, but we don't deal with riots or anything like that. In fact, you could say we deal with their aftermath. Oh? How so? You know, to rescue, heal, and protect. We are the angels who soothe those suffering enemy attacks. We are the light of hope in the darkest of times. The ones who assist the victims of crime. We watch, we protect. What was that? Oh, sorry. It's sort of our Pledge of Allegiance. We recite it every morning. What it's supposed to mean is that it's our duties mostly include rescuing civilians, healing the injured, and protecting them from stuff. Stuff? What kind of stuff? You know, burglars, rapists, car crashes, anything that might have potentially happened during our watches. You seem to mention heal. Are you a doctor then? Nah, I know many doctors, but I'm not one of them. I'm more of a paramedic. I treat people so that way they can arrive safely at a doctor. I'm also kind of like a firefighter in that I sometimes rescue people from places. Damn, that must be a tough job. Sort of. But it also is quite rewarding, actually. I mean, I've yet to meet somebody that isn't glad to see me whenever I arrive. You must have seen some shocking sights then. Yeah. This one time, when I was saving some people from the top of a building that was collapsing, I looked down and was blown away by how pretty the city was. It was like a starry sky on Earth. Oh, and there was this time when we were cleaning up the aftermath of a car crash. Water was pouring out of a hydrant. With the lights and scattered pieces of glass, it was all almost dreamlike. That's not necessarily what I meant by shocking sights. No? But those are sights, and they are shocking, right? Well, yeah, but I meant... Never mind. Wait, did I mishear and you actually meant sighs? I mean, sure, I've suffered the deepest, longest, and most frustrated sighs from people after everything's all been said and done. But don't worry, you didn't mishear. I guess I was kind of expecting a different sort of answer. What kind were you looking for? Don't worry too much about it. Well, you finished your drink. Is there anything else I could get you? Something classy. A classy drink. No offense, but could you be a little bit more specific? Just don't make it too big. Will that work? Sorry, I usually don't come by bars very often. My drinks usually come in a can. No problem. So, you want a classy drink, one that's not too big for you, right? Let me see if I can find a drink for you. A classy drink. Simple enough. So, classy drinks, we got our Bad Touch, Brandtini, Cobalt Velvet, Fringe Weaver, and Mercury Blast. Now, if memory serves, she said that she needs to work tomorrow and doesn't want to have a hangover. So, taking that into account, let's see if we can find a classy drink that's either very little or not too heavy on the Carmetrine. Bad. No. Brandtini. There's one, so that could be a good one. And it's a sweet, happy, classy drink. All of it aged and mixed. 8 out of 10 smug assholes would recommend it, but they're too busy being smug assholes. Fair enough. So that was the Brandtini. let's see, what else is there? Cobalt Velvet, 5, fuck that. Fringe Weaver, oh, fuck no! That'll get her hammered before you know it. And Mercury Blast, could work with 2, but if memory serves, as far as classy, Brantini is the least alcoholic of them, so we'll go for that one. We need 6 Adelhydes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 powdered deltas. 1, 2, 3, and 1 Carmetrine. All of it's aged with just light mixing. Mix, 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 and boom. Here we go. Brantini. It's a small, very little alcohol, so this should work. Here you are. Yep, this looks like something Stella would drink. I'm sorry, who? Oh, she is my dearest friend. Not that I don't have others, but she is the one that I've known quite the longest. She likes these kind of drinks, so I wanted to see what was so special about them. And your thoughts? I don't know, I was expecting a little something stronger. Though I like it quite a bit. Say, Miss Bartender, what's your name? You know my name. Now I want to know yours. Oh, sure. Just call me Jill. 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 Jill is short for Jillian. No, that's not right. Jillian. Julianne! Do not call me Julianne, please. Look, sorry about that. No, please, excuse me. I didn't want to anger you. But why don't you like being called by your full name? It's for a stupid reason. Try not to dwell too much on that. Oh, okay. But I still feel bad about angering you, though. Why's that? Well, because you look like a nice girl, Jill, and honestly, I don't like angering nice people. If it helps somehow, I really do like this place. That actually helps. Honestly, you're the first person to say something nice today. Thanks. So, what exactly do you like about it? Oh, the smell of dog urine and soap. My mom actually used to be a veterinarian, and I used to go to her clinic after school, so there's something about the soap and dog urine that makes me feel a bit nostalgic towards it. It's almost a calm, comfy feeling, you know? What made you become a white knight instead of a veterinarian or anything else? Well, I never was a good student, so studying medicine of any kind was out of the question. That aside, it's mostly because of something that happened back when I was a kid. It turns out a white knight attacked my friend and was coming for me when this other white knight saved us. I don't exactly remember what happened next. I just woke up at a hospital with my friend watching over me. I mean, it wasn't a prophetic moment or anything like that, but ever since then, I felt like this was my calling. You know, that I wanted to help people the same way that they helped me. Huh. It's interesting, though. One would think you being attacked by a white knight would make you run the opposite direction. Well, yeah, but then again, there was another one that saved me. So I kind of guide myself towards judging everything on an individual basis. Well, not to be extremist extent, but you get me. Yeah, I try to do the same too. So why join the Valkyrie Corps specifically, though? Well, because I wanted to rescue people from dire situations whenever possible. and going into patrols and all that felt a bit too tiresome. It's also the one with the least paperwork involved. Actually, now that I think about it, there are different kinds of White Knights, aren't there? Well, I guess White Knight is too broad a term. There's not one specific type. There are many different classes: rescue, assault. There's even a squad full of bureaucrats. Really? Yeah. They get assigned to companies to handle the accounting and that kind of stuff. People usually ask for them because they speed up processes, but a few are assigned when a company is suspected of having weird, under-the-table deals. Interesting. There was also a squad dedicated to fighting school bullying. They were doing a good job too, but the fad of anti-bullying campaigns passed and they lost their funding. To be fair, I believe the stuff about groups for anti-bullying only enforced more bullying, so probably for the best that they lost their funding. I believe some members still work with anti-bullying cases in an unofficial capacity. That'd be nice, I think. Anyway, can I get you anything else? Well, I don't know if I should. I honestly can't afford that many drinks, and besides, I don't really know how much alcohol I can handle. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, you know what? I think I'll have something else. I remember there was some drink called Martini? Brandtini. No, I'm pretty sure it's Martini. It's Brandtini. Trust me, I'll get you. Well, looks like she wants a Brandtini. Because, yeah, even if we search here, there's no Martini. So, Brandtini it is. So, it's a sweet, classy, happy drink. And it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1. All aged and mixed. So, it's basically the same drink again. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1. Aged. Mix. And boop. Which I'm pretty sure I already served her before, but whatever. Here, see? Huh. Guess you were right. Thanks! You know what? I think I'll bring a friend of mine here in a couple of days. Really? Why is that? I feel of this place, and I want to share it with her. It might be a bit difficult, though. She is more into, classier places? Not that this place isn't nice or anything, but don't worry. I know the kind of place I work in. I see. But it shouldn't be too bad. I just need to... What was that? I don't know. It sounded like an explosion. I better go check on that. I paid you already, right? Yeah. Go ahead and be careful. I will. She left her helmet. Oh well. If she's coming back, I'll just hold on to it for her. I'll go check what the over-loving hell that explosion was. Just be careful. What? Oh, looks like she woke up. Where am I? Where am I? Good evening, and welcome to Valhalla. That might not have been the best thing to say. But Valhalla? Am I dead? Does that mean Uncle Ingus's rambles about the afterlife looking like a shoddy downtown bar are true? Called it. Afterlife? You mean I'm not dead? As far as I can tell? Nah. Though, to be fair, I don't know how death or the afterlife would work exactly, but you are living and breathing, aren't you? Alright, then where the hell am I? How did I get here? Who brought me here? What do you plan to do with me? Are you organ traffickers? Robbers? Rapists? Pickpockets? You're pickpockets, aren't you? Why aren't you saying anything? I'm waiting for you to vent your worries. Otherwise, you'll just... You're rapists, aren't you? Rapists, the whole lots of you! You want to tear my clothes, beat me unconscious, have your horrible ways with me, and then brutally murder me, don't you? All while still violating every hole in my body as I lay there twitching, don't you? Murder, 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 murder. Interrupt me. Well, this is going nowhere. Let me see if I can at least get her a drink to calm down. Or at least throw it at her face. Let's see. Something that'll calm her down. Not really sure the types there are, but let's see if there's a drink that's mainly for calming down. Let's see. Nothing but mammals after all. No, don't think so. Probably, but no. Say the name of this drink 3 times in front of a mirror and you'll look like a fool. Bleeding Jane. Bleeding Jane, Bleeding Jane, Bleeding Jane. Oh, there she is right now. Well, this one has no alcohol, so this could be a good one, especially since it's a sobering one. So, we'll always keep Bleeding Jane in mind. Bloom Light. It's an unnecessary brown. Probably not. Blue Fairy, optional drink. One of these will make all your teeth turn blue. Hope you brush them well. Well, keep that in mind, the Blue Fairy. Broniac, nah. Nah, not that one. Crevice Spike. It'll knock the drunkenness out of you, or knock you out cold. Maybe, but I'm leaning towards a no with that one. Fluffy Dream. A couple of these will make your tongue feel velvety. More of them, and you'll be sleeping soundly. Probably? We'll think about that one. No, definitely no. A frothy water. PG rated shows. Favorite beer. Ersatz since 2040. Probably, but we'll see about that. This one's kind of unbearable. It's mostly for fans of the movie who are in it. Nah. What you feel while drinking it? Nah, probably not. We'll leave your face red like the actual planet. No thermometer was harmed in the creation of this drink. No. Moonblast, nah. Nope, that's a strong drink. It was originally called Pretty Woman, but too many people complained that there would be a piano woman. There should be a piano woman if there was a piano man. No, probably not. Pile driver. Doesn't burn us hot on the tongue, but don't drink it while sore throat. Nah. Sparkle Star. There used to be sparkles, but too many complaints about skin problems made them redesign this drink without the sparkles. Maybe. Sweet. Life. This could be it. Sugar Rush. On the rocks and blended. Tastes like old chocolate milk with its good smell intact. Some say it tastes like caramel too. And Eizen, no. I think we'll go for Sugar Rush for this one. So for this, just 2 of them. So 1, 2, 1. So he doesn't need any alcohol. Just a small drink. Nothing else. All of it mixed. We'll try a Sugar Rush. What is that? A drink. You're in a bar. Bar serve drinks. A bar? So I figured I should give you something to help calm you down. Don't worry about this one. It's on the house. To calm down? What did you spike it up with? Roofies? TTX? Pumpkins? God, no. I wouldn't even think about it. Your stuttering makes you suspicious, you know. If I ever added anything like that to your drink, they would dock my pay and tips. Not to mention I have to pay any lawsuits myself. And that's only the best case scenario. I could easily get fired, lose my benefits, or even go to jail. And trust me, the BTC loves to catch anyone who commits that particular felony. They'd show themselves all proud for a hefty PR boost. Besides, the thought of going through all that is just... ugh. Even if you say that, how about we do something? If you go outside and head just 3 businesses to your left, you'll find a convenience store. They sell drug tests for drinks. Tell the cashier that Dana Zane sent you. 2 flying cars crashed and went boom. So that's why it was so noisy. Any damage? Just a hole in the street. Don't know about the drivers or anything, though. I see. Either way, I think we're done here. Did you check outside or inside the toilet paper lockers? What about... oh my god! How? Why? What? How? I'm back. He tried to give me bandages at first, though. Did you have to pay? No. No problem, then. Try another drink. It says negative. Well, there you go. But you can go be in cahoots with the clerk in that store. He even knew your name. Good point. But first of all, it's not my name. It's my boss's. Second, we are pretty much a part of a chain. Sort of like the spicy chicken of bars. And finally, I'm not making you drink this. I offered it to you as a sign of peace. I mean, you are right. It is indeed suspicious on my part. And for that, I'm sorry. You can easily just ignore the drink, go through that door, and forget this moment ever happened. And that would be it. You're at peace, and nothing of value would be lost. Are you implying something won't have value because I ignored it? Are you saying my presence is so unimportant that my lack of action will yield no difference? Eh? And what about the drink? Are you gonna let this fruit of yours go to waste so easily? No, well, I'll let you know that I'm not that unimportant and that your work does matter. Not sure you should drink it all so fast. So, how was it? It was good, I guess. It will help calm me down a bit, I think. Are you alright? Yeah, I guess you were telling the truth. Sorry about that. No problem. If I were you, I probably would have reacted the same way. I should apologize for my last comment, too. I suppose it came out insensitive. I guess I'll stay for a while. I guess I need to get my thoughts in order. So, can you tell me how I got here? My boss found you and brought you here for safekeeping. Not to mention, you were asleep up until that car crash happened outside. I see. Guess it's better for me to wake up here than in the streets, stripped of clothes, dignity, and possibly even my organs. So, how did you fall unconscious anyway? Were you tired? Sick? I guess I'm sick, but I'd rather not talk about it. Of course. I tell you what. Choose whatever drink you want. It's on the house. Why would you do that? Consider an apology on behalf of everyone here for all the trouble we've caused you. Also, something tells me you might need another drink right now. Yeah, you might be right. Okay, then, guess I'll take you up on your offer. I'll have a piano man. Are you sure you'll be fine? Yeah, I just gulped the last one, so I want to enjoy this one. Okay then, coming right up. Can't believe she's asking for a piano man. Usually don't see women asking for a piano man every day. Well, we know what we're looking for, so piano man it is. Let's see, 2, 3 for 5, 5 for 10, 5 for 15, and 3 for 18. So we can't make a big drink. This is a drink all in itself. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. Let's see, all on the rocks and mixed. Alright. This drink does not represent the opinions of the Bar Pianist Union or its associates. Well, you wanted a promo strong sour drink. You got yourself a piano man. Here you are. Yeah, this is the one. My dad used to drink these before an actual pianist attempted to kill him. What did he do? Your dad, I mean. That would provoke a pianist like that. I don't know. Wrong place, wrong time, if I had to guess. He was relaxing in the bar when suddenly a pianist leapt off the stage and started punching him. Some say he was off his meds, and that my dad looked like some music critic that wanted to bash him in. I still hold my stance that he just got too excited. Jazz does that to you, I suppose. I see. The Piano Man does have an interesting story. It was originally created by a bartender in honor of a pianist friend of his that had just died. Apparently it mixes all the flavors said friend liked the most. Oh, well, that's nice. So this is how it feels to go for a drink at the end of a long, hard day at work. I'm not sure if I like the fact that I'm falling into that. Well, where do you work, Miss? Please, call me Kim. I don't know if I can say I work yet, though. I'm still just an intern. Mind if I ask where? Have you heard of a newspaper article called The Augmented Eye? You can read it every morning. As a matter of fact, earlier today, Donovan D. Dawson was here. I knew I smelled his nasty cologne. That bastard leaves his reek wherever he goes. So you believe me, then? I do. God, you have no idea how much I hate that chauvinistic horseblower. Harsh words. And the worst part is that I kind of admire the way he does this stuff. He's so forceful about things. He just wants that people have it done before they even realize what's going on. He even got a pizza delivery boy to work server maintenance. A full week passed before the pizza shop asked where the hell he was. But would you believe it? The guy became decent at server maintenance, despite having no previous experience. It's kind of admirable. At the same time, I just hate his guts. Ugh! Knowing that I have to work for him, it's... Ugh! Well, why are you working there, then? Did I ask something I shouldn't have? No, it's alright. Don't fret about it. I'd just rather not talk about it, though. Fair enough. So what's your name, bartender? You could just call me Joe. Is it hard to be a bartender, Joe? I guess it's hard as being a cook somewhere else. You keep going through the motions while trying to provide something of quality. all while answering the whimsy of people's orders. Though I think the hardest part is dealing with the chemical hazards some people might leave behind. Why? At one point I thought about being a bartender, but I was always afraid they'd make me wear skimpy clothes and dance or something. Here we go again. Well, it depends on where you start working, you know. I guess I was lucky Valhalla didn't end up being a tacky disco overseen by a DJ with an afro. My boss just wanted a comfy place, I think. Your boss sounds like an interesting person. What with wanting to put me somewhere safe and all that. She is. She's so cool and collected, but honestly has no qualms about showing excitement about stuff. I mean, sure, she's been a bit tense the last few days, but even then, when you're with her, everything just feels under control. She also has this mechanical arm, though I got no idea how she has it, but... sorry, I guess I got a little carried away. Nonsense! It was fun to see you break the wise bartender character you're using here. I do that? It'd be nice to meet this boss of yours sometime and thank her. Should I call her over? I'm sure she'd be glad to know you're okay. Oh no, I shouldn't pester her that way. And besides, it's getting late, and I'd rather not abuse your generosity. You could always ask for another one, although I don't know how much alcohol you can handle. I think I can handle one more drink. How about a brandtini, if you please? Alright then, it's coming right up. So what's a brandtini! Yes, that's it! So yeah, quite simple enough. Brandtini. Brandtini it is. So, all aged and mixed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, all aged and mixed. And since she's concerned about making sure that it's not a heavy drink, we'll just leave it at that. And boom! We got ourselves a brandtini. Here you are. Yep, this seems like the stuff. Cheers. Hey Jill, was this job, like, a lifelong dream for you? Nah, not really. It just kinda happened. One thing led to another and bam! Bartending. Do you regret not fulfilling a dream? The only dream I have was about being passionate about buying a model Warrior Julianne arcade machine. Can't say I've given up on that one yet. But, alas, adult stuff needs to be paid for first. You've never had a dream you've wanted to chase? Not really. I mean, most of my dreams have always been the silliest or childish dreams. Childish dreams? You know, having a room where every piece of furniture talks, being a model warrior. Oh! Childish dreams. Yeah! I remember I wanted to live in a koi pond back when I was 7. The fish seemed to be having a blast there. So, no dreams? None that I feel particularly motivated to chase, so nah. I mean, I'm fascinated by AIs, but I just couldn't find it in me to study that. So I picked something I found that was nice and moved on. And, I don't know, I guess somewhere along the way I became a bartender. I see. Finally! Those dogs left a mess I'm never gonna forget anytime soon. I mean, how the hell did they throw toilet paper out of the window? Oh, client. Good night, ma'am. Jill, I'm gonna leave early. I need to take care of the smell cleaning my body. Sure. Who is he? Ghost. No one you should worry too much about. Oh. I heard that! So, why were you asking all those questions earlier? Because, now that I think about it, I don't really have a dream job or anything like that. I think we idolize the idea of a dream job too much. Not everyone walks around with a clear idea of what they truly want in life. Some take a liking to a job. Others find it after many failed attempts. Sometimes life just takes an unexpected turn that makes you change your plans. Well, what I mean is, don't worry too much about it. Yeah, maybe you're right. Well, I'm gonna go and take my leave now. Thank you for everything. And please be sure to thank your boss on my behalf. Bye! Thanks, and come back again. And that's it. So, we done for the evening? Seems like it. Hey, where's Gil? And where's the girl that was here? Gil cleaned out the bathroom and left because he stank. As for Kim, she woke up, had a couple drinks, and then left. So, her name was Kim. How'd she look to you? How was she? She freaked out a bit when she woke up, but I managed to calm her down a bit. Why? Are you worried about her? Why? Wouldn't you be? I don't know. Hey boss, do you feel like calling you boss is a bit too impersonal? Not really. Nah. I mean, it's not like you call me that because I'm a stranger. It's just out of habit. Oh. Anyway, once you're done finishing up washing the glasses, you're free to go. Just let me transfer you today's payment. Maybe I'll leave Gil a small bonus for dealing with the bathroom. And we did it. So, total earnings we got. No mistakes. 30% of the commissions were paid. We got $738 in total payments for today. The tips, the flawless service bonus, extra tip for calming the girl down, and the drinks totals for that. So let's see if I'm looking at this correctly. If we had a total earning of 3,210, so 750, and then obviously I am bad with the fun, so whatever. We'll just say that we got a total of $2,488. Your membership to Shining Fingered will automatically renew on the 17th. Make sure your account has at least $800 by then. Jill is lost in thought about her hollow plant. Buying it will prevent her from getting too distractive. A hollow plant, eh? Weren't you gonna have curry yesterday? Ghost took my money. Let's see. Danger, you. Dangerous options. Miki concert? Does anyone know of childhood romances that succeed in real life? You're just lonely. Let's see. Miki concert 2. In the last thread, Anon wants to confess her feelings to her best friend. I still don't know! And how is she? I bet she's one of those cute, clueless girls who can't catch her signals. You say that, but she can be incredibly sharp sometimes, so I was right. That's going to be difficult. Now you have to be direct and to the point. There's still a bit more. Okay. I'm afraid that's going to be the case here. Not that I'm actually in love. Stop! I'm going to marry Miki! Stop being such an attention whore. We are here for Miki. Come on, Anon. Don't be mean. We just want to help a fellow Miki sister. You don't have to fight because of me. It wasn't my intention to derail the thread. Don't pay attention to her. Everyone else here wants to help you. I'm a guy. I'm the guy. Now who's the attention whore again? This thread is closed. Let's talk about Alice Rabbit. Happy not birthday? Pfft, cheeky bastard. Let's see what it says on the tin. So what's the news on them? Drawing a blank, Arn. We haven't heard of Alice in a while now that I think about it. You think they're planning something? Well, there's this constant rumor I hear about terrorist attacks each week. Don't scare me with that stuff, please. I have enough on as it is. Lol. We're going to be attacked, and it will be funny to see those white knight fucks do nothing but drink in the end. How do you know if we get hacked by Alice? It's my first time hearing about them. Lurk more. She normally leaves a funny assy drawing and a message, something like, happy not birthday. Sounds lame as fuck. Why is Alice even a celebrity? The hell? Alice was the one who leaked all the internal White Knight memos. She literally started the riots with the leaks. At least try with your baits. This thread is closed. And Mickey concert. Because... Well, looks like we skipped one. But whatever. This page looks silly. It's amusing in its own way. So let's see. Okay, let's limit all the concert conversation to this thread. How are you preparing for the best day of your life? I'm going with my boyfriend, redacted. Boyfriend. Why would you lie on the internet? Boyfriend. Haha, oh wow. Fucking normies, get out! That is so cute and on. Anyway, I'm going with a very special friend of mine. Are you the girl from the other day who had a crush on her best friend? Yes. So you're finally going to confess. Oh my god. This is going to be the cutest thing ever, but I still don't know if I like her. Just wait until Miki shows up. You'll know right away if you love her. Trust me, I've been there. How so? You'll understand once you are there with her. Miki concerts are some magical shit. And nothing else from there. No new music I can tell. Oh, Luna Momento. All systems go. Where do I go from here? Will you remember me? Everything will be okay. Kind of a quiet start. March of the White Knight. Reen. Neo Avatar. Those who dwell in shadows. Nighttime maneuvers. A star pierces the darkness. If I had to guess what that said. It's a good, sobering song. Synthestitch. Snowfall. The answers lie within. Dawn approaches. With renewed hope we reminisce. Or reminiscence, I should say. Digital Drive. Oh, yeah. That's a good tune. Metropolis. Neon District. Oh, jeez. Karamatine Dream. Skyline. Dusk. Kitty kitty. heart in the city, or heart of the city. City that never sleeps. Base of the Titans. Follow the trail. Out of orbit. Tents. Underground club. Showtime. Alternate reality. Assignment. Blitz City. Was there a snowfall in Base of the Titans? Oh, Base of the Titans. So I guess there is a reply for them. Good to know. Reply snowfall. Reply Base of the Titans. Interesting. And more news articles from Augmented Eye. Let's see. I think Alice_Rabbit, maybe. I think Alice_Rabbit might a dog. Don't trust this dog! From Lana Smithy. A dog, you say? Why not? After receiving brain enhancements, they're capable of learning at near-human speeds. So why is it impossible to imagine a gifted dog who uses their brilliance for programming? It might make a lot of sense, right? Well, maybe 2. Amen. 70% of our readers consider shrimp ramen to be disgusting. From Lana Smithy. Interesting. This is not really a surprise, but a lot of people seem to hate this particular brand of instant food. This is from a survey we conducted here at the Augmented Eye last month. We asked our readers to tell us their most hated dishes. And with a total of 6,000 votes, it looks like the market for shrimp ramen is reducing. That's good, because it sucks! Oh god, it sucks so much. I barf a little every time I smell it. How can anyone like that? It's ridiculous! Ugh, I can't even finish this article. I'm sorry everyone, but I have to puke. Blech! I hope it's put out of sale. Why does that look like a review I would write? And I really don't write the best of articles. See, the shrimp is so artificial it doesn't trigger my allergies. And those purple numbers... Just realized that. Local Women, Local Hero. Let's see, by Lana Smithy. This morning, a suicide attempt was thwarted by an unidentified local woman. The incident occurred at a Artemis Will Mall, where people noticed someone was at the rooftop of the building. Firefighters were called as soon as their presence was noticed by pedestrians, but the person jumped off without notice. A mysterious rescuer. Just when the would-be suicide victim jumped off, A local woman was able to catch them midair and fled the scene before anyone could identify her. The mall is taking extra security measures now. Midair? Sounds a bit too fantastical. Well, may as well head over to the shop. And it did mention something about having a hollow plant. Because the only other thing I saw was an arcade machine of sorts, but I don't see anything like that. So let's get the hollow plant. In memory of a real potted plant. And still have money to help me out. Jo bought what she wanted, and she's pleased with herself. She will surely focus on work. Well, first things first. And I bet you anything, that's the hollow plant we just bought. Also, I just realized how hard it is to believe that the last time I played this was close to 2 years ago, on October 7th. Very interesting. But yeah, I got what I wanted, bought what I needed. So, let's see, how am I doing? 2.5. Let's go until the first break, and then, we'll take a small break during that time. Wednesday, December 14th. Evening. Hey, girl. Blah! That's a sound you don't hear every day. But, boss, what are you doing with that helmet? I was just about to ask you where it came from. White Knight came yesterday. She left and, well, she forgot to take it with her. Figured she'd eventually come looking for it, so I left it on an account. Wait, do you regularly put things on without asking who they belong to first? I don't plan to evaluate every move, Jill. I just act. Anyway, as your boss, I'm taking this helmet until the client comes for it. You sound happy about it. Well, this helmet is comfortable, and cool, and comfortable, and cool, and really, really cool. Hello? It's strange that you're late, Gil. Yeah, the traffic was... Gah! Don't run! You have work to do! I'm not going back to Hong Kong! Hong Kong? Chief? Sorry. I thought you were someone else. Apparently. I'll leave the rest up to you. I'll detonate the Pluto warhead somewhere safe. The what? Where now? Nothing. Never mind. Well, she seems happy. She's been tense these past couple of days. If she's somehow relaxed now, then that's good. So, are you all set? Yep. Alright. So now that we know, we have multiple pages, let's change things a bit. First off, welcome to Valhalla. Let's see, every day is a night. Probably move on to something different. Alright, meanwhile... troubling news? Wait. Was I? We'll put in that one. Umemoto. Yeah, we'll keep that. All systems go. Oh, yeah. Where do I go from here? Will you remember me? Everything will be okay. Oh yeah, that's the quiet-ass one. Nah. March of the White Knight. Arene. It's got a sombering note. We'll try it. Neo Avatar. Those who dwell in shadows. Nighttime maneuvers. Yeah. Star pierces the darkness. The quiet one. Synth Stitch. Snowfall. And just lie within. Dawn approaches. With renewed hope, we. Reminiscence. Digital drive. Metropolis. Neon District. Cowrametrine Dream. Probably not the best, but we'll roll with that. There we go. Time to mix the drinks and change lives. Hey, Brat! You're in luck! I decide to bless this place yet again. Luck, he says. Oh, Mr. Donovan! Welcome to Valhalla. What can I get for you? What do you think I want, kid? The usual. Gee, I wonder what he means. I remember what he means. Classic drinks, a beer. Knowing him, he wants a double. So, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. All mixed. Here you go. Yes! Now that's what I call service. Ah, that hits the stuff. Well, that's good to hear. So, Mr. Donovan, what brings you here today? Today, we were supposed to hand the interns an article topic. All those crazy bitches came flocking to me like the first high schooler with a car. I couldn't deal with it, so I switched places with some poor sap. He was supposed to be doing an interview today, but to hell with that. And thanks to all that shit, I found myself here, blessing your hellhole with my presence. You were here yesterday, too. How did that come about? Well, there's this gal that's performing at a concert later tonight. Yesterday, I was tuning the details of the interview I'd have with her today. And like I said, I'd rather work here than deal with a pack of competitive bitches. I see. Well, at any rate, how was the interview? Easy enough. The fact that the gal had a nice pair of knockers also helped. We've come a long way in the department of Lillim's sex appeal. I tell you what. She was a Lillim then? Yeah. One of those new fancy King class CH-1A models. I've heard they're yeah. Let me say this again. I heard they were anatomically correct in every way. Wouldn't think that first drink would get me all wild up, but there you go. Anyway, I wouldn't mind finding out about that myself. Hey you, the guy with the long john face. Huh? Me? What the hell is a John face? Yeah, you! Do I know you from somewhere? No, I don't think so, sir. Nah, I'm pretty sure I know yous. Wait. It was the Hong Kong riots 10 years ago, right? I've never been to Hong Kong, and I certainly didn't defect from any anti-riot force after stealing supplies. Really? Well, that's a bummer. You look like a guy who owes me a drink. You were in those riots, Mr. Donovan? Do I look like some anarchist hippie to you? 10 years ago, I tried to start a silicone business. So, I was in Hong Kong talking with some investors when those damned riots broke out. Seriously, though, they really think the laws they were trying to pass wouldn't backfire? Ha! They were openly trying to segregate people with augmentations. No matter how many they have different capabilities you put in between, it's still segregation. And once people start crying, segregation! Like that, you're doomed. This is the PR century. If you're gonna do that, at least disguise it up a bit. That's a laconic way of summarizing that incident. I mean, there was a political agenda revolving around cheap labor, and the plan reached such a developed stage because the media was instilling fear in the public. The general fear that augmented people would become power-hungry maniacs was a key factor in all this. And everything is mostly the aftermath of previous protests where... You know what, on second thought, maybe it's better to be laconic. Trying to get the full picture might take you back beyond the Industrial Revolution. All that happened when I got out of high school. I remember I had to turn down a scholarship in Hong Kong because of all that. Scholarship. That's no mean feat, brat. Well, I guess even without the scholarship, there would have been a language barrier, but... I still remember I was kind of excited back then because I really was into this one Chinese idol band. It's one of those things I'd really rather not remember much of. You'd be surprised at how easy Chinese can be. So you know how to speak Chinese? The only translator I had available was some pizza-faced pencil neck. And I wasn't going to allow myself to be seen with that nearby, now was I? If someone like me can learn Chinese in a little 2 weeks, well then, I guess I'm a scholarship student. Could possibly even have a chance. Why do I suddenly feel challenged? Like he suddenly challenged me to finally learn Chinese. And Chinese? Wait. When you say Chinese, do you mean Mandarin or Cantonese? Tangerine? Canta what? Well, when people say Chinese, they're... I'm not gonna forget that. They apostrophe writ, so they are. They're usually referring to the written word, not necessarily the spoken one. It's important to clarify because there are a lot of different dialects in the Chinese language. In Hong Kong, lots of people speak Cantonese, so saying Chinese just won't do. Maybe you've learned Cantonese because you were only going to Hong Kong. Or maybe you might have learned Mandarin because it's the one spoken by the majority elsewhere. I went to Hong Kong and managed to seal a deal. I have no idea about anything else. Right. Anyways, surely a student with a scholarship can serve me a Mars blast too, right? Sure, right on it. He wants a Mars blast. Well, that's a change of pace. Alright then, and since he named it specifically, I'll just go right to it. Let's see, 6, 7, 11, 13. So, can't make a double dose. It's strictly one. One of these is enough to leave your face red like the actual planet. It's a spicy and strong, manly drink. So no Adelhyde, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 powdered Delta. 1, 2, 3, 4 Flannergeed, and 2 Carmotine. So just double check. We are looking at 6, 1, 4, 2. So that's be 13. Yep, that sounds about right. Nothing on ice, nothing aged, so just blend. Oh, it's blended, so not mixing, but blended. There we go, a Mars Blast. Here you are. Alright, I guess I'll believe your story. Right. Hey kid, I got wasted yesterday, so there's certain protocol here. Would you mind telling me if I said anything someone could use against me as evidence in a court of law? Unless complaining about your investors could be used as a legal weapon, I highly doubt so. Ha! Good. Fuck those son of bitches, am I right? Ah, that's a Mars Blast if ever I tell you. Anyway, what did I tell you? You know, how they wanted unreasonable stuff. How they feel like they have more power than you do. All that. Oh yeah, I do recall saying something like that. But then again, it seems to be something I say a lot when I'm drunk. That and racial slurs in German. Racial slurs in... What? But let me tell you something. There are people far worse than your investors. Who exactly? Your clients. Excuse me? Your readers. If you think clients are always right, then you're wrong. Unless I'm the client, that is. We live in an era where PR is the first and only word in anything. You can sell the shittiest of stuff, and people will buy it if you're the apple of their eyes. Yet you make one fucking mistake, and it's over for you. You're suddenly a criminal to them. No chance of appeal. God forbid if they ever catch something you said out of context. A month ago, we actually had to clarify that we were talking about the animal in an article called Cougars in Nearby Forests. And all because we got a pack of 40-year-old divorced soccer moms crying about herd feelings. They were having picnic parties in the same forest and thought we were writing about them. God, I hope at least one of them gets eaten by their damned namesake. Yeah, it's funny when somebody else hears it, but the smell of rosy perfume still makes my blood boil. Ugh. Nowadays, nobody can take a joke. They're always out for blood, I tell yous. You can't win. You will always offend somebody. Yeah, that's kind of true. You can please 99.99% of people, but there's always going to be that 0.01 that'll hate your guts. Don't know how, don't know why. It's just the law of nature, I guess. And while some take it graciously, many just love to feel insulted. They relish the thought of ganging up against something. And those hypersensitive bastards are your clients. They are truly the ones you have to target. I run a goddamn newspaper. The whole point is to present news in the most neutral way possible. Being offended by a newspaper is just like being angry at a mirror or something. Sure, let's roll with that. I mean, it's not like he's totally wrong, but hearing it from him is kinda... Damn, look at the time. I gotta get back to work soon. Really? I just about finished an interview, and it must be posted as soon as possible. The fact that we're posting it after the chick finished her concert is already enough of a problem as is. You mean something delayed the interview? Well, the interview was supposed to happen last Friday. One of the interns, this meek little girl, was supposed to do it, but for some fucking reason, she just didn't. I spent 2 days negotiating something else instead. Negotiating? Did you have to pay or something? Basically, when the encore concert happens, I need to plaster that chick's face all over the front page. I see. Okay then, one last drink before I leave. Give me something bitter to help wake me up. You got it. Mr. Donovan wants something bitter to wake him up. Thank you, Mike, for the 4-party raid. X, Death is Dead, we are heroes with broken bones. Well, you best hope that you have something more than that, because guess what? It's time to barrack out the guns!
It's just in. Eizen just hired a random guy to prep his counter raid. Let's go and watch.
But yes, Mike, thank you so much for the 4-party raid. I'd ask what you were doing, but your quote says it all. You finally finished your 4-job fiesta. How was it, by the way?
Oh, I had push talk. But yeah,
I was going to say, I'll take your awkward silence.
I finished it with a decent group for my very first one.
Alright, not too bad, not too bad.
And I killed Shiryu, and I beat X-Death. I just need to send it to the bot.
Not too bad. I get the feeling if, I was going to say, was one of your classes White Mage?
I started with White Mage.
Okay, so yeah, I can imagine you were able to take him down by berserking him, which, honestly, the easiest way to do so. So, I can believe taking down Shinryu. Omega, I hear, is technically easier than Shinryu. I don't see how that's the case because of how hard he is to fight against. But yeah, I can believe that. But yes, congratulations on beating your first Fiesta.
Thank you. Yeah, it was kind of easy because we finally found a crazy victory thing that we did for Shiryu. We just put Berserk and put everyone on Blink and just beat them to death.
Also, I just realized, for some odd reason, my screen sharing decided not to bring it up. There we go. Hopefully it goes back to that. There we go. Now it's showing that again. I was wondering why there was nothing being shared at that point. But yes, for those of you who are new, we are playing some Valhalla. And if you don't know what Valhalla is, it pretty much says right here, a Cyberpunk Bartender action game. And we are trying to find a bitter alcohol drink that'll help wake up Mr. Donovan. So, by flavor type, we need bitter drinks. Something with a little bit of alcohol. It's a bit of a girly drink. He probably wants something manly. There is the suplex.
I'm a man!
And yes, even if you're a woman, you should still say you're a man. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Gut punch. It's a manly drink, so that could work. Let's see, pile driver. But then again, he needs something that'll sober him up, so probably something with less alcohol. So it could be Sunshine Cloud, though. I get the feeling that's a girly drink. He's not really into that. Suplex could work, but it's got alcohol. And Grizzly Temple, it's a bland promo drink. So I think perfect one here would be a Gut Punch. So for this, we are going to need... He's a big man. He probably wants a double dose. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then 1 Flannergeed. And since it's double dose, 1, 2. No Keramatine since it's optional. All of it aged. Mix it up a bit. And boom! We got ourselves a Gut Punch. Here you are. Yeah, this'll work just fine. Man, that gal's producer was angry as fuck. Trying to negotiate with him was quite the hassle. I've had less problems dealing with SoCal Justice Warriors. I'm sorry, who? SoCal Justice Warriors. You know, that mafia vigilante group that runs around solving crimes in swimsuits and everything? Alright, those artificially blonde, artificially tanned folks with big blunt objects. Yeah, now I remember. They're an interesting group, you know? They only accept people born or raised in Southern California and go through hellish training on a daily basis. Well, they have to. Otherwise, no normal person could easily run around in swimsuits in this cold weather. They have an interesting view on the world and how it works, but they're pretty sensitive too. Too many outlets have insulted them in the past, so they are a bit trigger-happy against defamation.
Defamation.
Yeah, I know what I said. I may not be drunk, but that's how it goes. I've had a dozen guys in Speedos talking to me about some news while flaunting their bags of batteries. And they were still more polite than that producer guy. But think about it, would you? Watching a banana hammock move at the same time as a bag of batteries was far more pleasant. I'm pretty sure there's a, quote, banana hammocks and bags of batteries, end quote, audience somewhere, though. Well, count me out. Thank you. Please be sure to come again. Yeah.
Also, I can't wait until you meet the two cameos from Read Only Memories in this game. Two of the characters you interact with will show up in this game.
Well, I've only dealt with day 1, and we are in day 2, so at this point it's completely blind, so we'll see. That was tiring. Hey Jill, I think we have a problem. Please don't tell me. Yep, I can't take this helmet off. Yeah, very funny. Did you check the internet for help at least? How to take off a Valkyrie-type White Knight helmet. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not precisely a common query, you know. I could easily break it, but I don't want to damage a client's property. What? Did you run out of air? I just realized you served a Valkyrie in Valhalla. Shit, don't scare me like that. I don't think he can run out of air with this helmet. So, what do you plan to do? I know someone that might help me. I'm gonna give her a call. Let's see, where was her number? Oh, here it is. Hey Iris, I need some unclogging advice. Iris? I've heard the chief call her a couple times. Maybe she's a friend? Though more importantly, will Chief be fine? I'm sure she will. Even if there's no God or Buddha, you can always trust Boss. Yeah, let's just hope you're right. Hey, honey, can you see me? Ah, Dorothy. Yeah, I can see you. Why? Really? Man, did they sell me the wrong stuff again? Who sold you what exactly? Jill, I'm going out for a bit to buy a screwdriver and bacon and... Are you talking to yourself again? No, I'm not. Hello! Oh, hello, Dorothy. wherever you are. I'll be back in a bit, then. She didn't see you? Oh! I get it now! They saw me a Vic jammer! Not an optic camouflage system. Care to explain for me? Have you seen those pics or videos of someone stripping or undressing? But I mean the ones where the clothes are the only thing you see, and the person is invisible? Come again? Well, there's people out there with a fetish for invisible people. Ah, so, that one girl from Boku no Hero Academia is right up your alley, then.
Oh my.
Yeah. Well, anyway, where you can only see a few articles of clothes floating about. I was trying to find something that would let me cater to that fetish, but apparently my contact misunderstood my request. I asked him to bring me something that would make me invisible, and he did. But it seems as if I'm only invisible to cameras. Well, even then, your clothes be invisible. Wouldn't your clothes be invisible too much with such a jammer or something? You have a point. Oh well, I'll work something out. Maybe I'll get a nano camo model. Nano camo? Haven't you heard of nano camo? They're a military technology company that recently branched to civilian appliances. They use nanotechnology in order to make fabric or any other material take any color or texture that you want. You can order a model from them and change the colors of the clothes, walls, and tables with it. Sounds interesting. Maybe I'll look it up. Anyway, what does that have to do exactly with what you want, though? Well, if I remember correctly, they have a model that makes things almost invisible to the human eye. It was quite pricey last time I checked, though. Almost to the human eye? Well, it's not perfect. If you move, you'd be an eerie, surrounding colored blob. And we little see things differently, so it's ineffective against us. Still, it might be what I need. Now, what was it I was talking about to yourself again? Nothing important, really. So, what are you having? I'm in a good mood, so how about you give me a piano woman? Sure thing. Dorothy wants a piano woman. Simple enough. And since we were given a name, let's go right here. Let's see, 5, 5, that's already 10, and we can't go over 20, so just as is. And of course, we all know, it was originally called a pretty woman, but too many people complained that there should be a counteract to Piano Man if it was there, so Piano Woman. It's a sweet, happy promo drink, so why not? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. See, all of it is aged and mixed. And there we go. Piano Woman. 1 Piano Woman. Thanks! I love these ones, you know? I keep them for special occasions, whenever I'm feeling good or when I need to get out of a slump. And today? Today I feel great! Well, that's nice. Okay, then. How's this for a bonus payment? Oh? The ticket from Friday. Can't believe I still remember that. That guy was so nice in giving it to me. Too bad he was filled to the brim with dogs. I would have enjoyed the drink here otherwise. I don't think this ticket should be valid. But then again, they were improvised, so there isn't really a contract involved or anything. You know, if you're lonely enough to start talking to yourself, we could hit an arrangement. Keep me fed, and I'll keep you company. You'll still need to pay me if you want to get naughty, though. Tempting, but I think I'll pass. Besides, I already have a cat that does all that. Do you pay him to finish that sentence, and I swear to God, I'll make sure you truly become invisible. Fine. Consider this a standing offer, though. Oh, Hey, John. Dorothy. Didn't see you here last Friday. I was dealing with some stuff over the weekend. And Monday. Yeah. Ooh, was it a girl? I wish. So what did you do? What did you do? Huh? I'd rather not talk about it. Hey, honey, what did he do? Gil's been a complete mystery for as long as I've known him. Honestly, his past is like a nebulous mass that tries to bite him every once in a while. Nebulous? You hear so much random stuff that it's hard to make connections about what happened when. And, people lie. Does your boss know about it? She said, I'm not the one to judge. Seems like she's what the hell's going on. But I think I'm better off not knowing in the end. It's not really that necessary, and it's a pain to even think about it. I'm right here, Did I tell any lies? No, but never mind. Oh yeah, about your boss. Why was she wearing a helmet? She found it. She put it on. Now she's stuck. Oh, yeah. Randomly putting stuff on you find is a bit problematic. No shit. I mean, there's this girl that wanted to see if she could use a glass bottle as a bit early for those kind of stories, don't you think? No, not really. By the way, it's weird that I didn't see you yesterday. Oh, I have a job too, Well, yeah, but usually you come here before you start. Aww, did you miss me that much? Yesterday was a bit different. I worked the entire day. I really don't know if I should be asking. Oh, it was weird. But not kinky weird? The guy paid me to spend all day pretending to be his daughter.
What?
Really?
What?
Well, yeah, it seems like that. There was a bit of a discussion, and I think, based on what happened yesterday, I know who did it.
Okay, before you say this line, I just have to say, Doherty, come here really quick. Can you repeat that again for the audience?
Do you care for me to explain in detail? Okay, I, as in referring to me, had this guy, who we'll just say was this guy, paid me, which is in a currency of money, for a favor, to pretend, which is an imaginary thing that I do, to be, which is an enactment for this, to become his daughter, which is the definition of someone who spawns a girl that grows up all day, which is a length of time. Do you think that described it enough times, or should I extend it even further?
Well, I only have to say one thing to this.
And on that note, I'm going to take another sip of my drink.
Are you drunk while you're playing this?
No, that was saved for last night during Rift Tracks, which I already feel bad about doing that because I had to miss out on work today because of it. So yeah, my paycheck is going to suffer from that, but enough of that. Let's continue onward. Yeah, I go to his house at 11 a.m., dress as requested, and spend all day there. Play some games, occasionally tell him I love him, go to bed when ordered, and then leave. Nothing sexual, really. I used to expect him to push me against the ground and have his way with me. But after 3 years, it's unlikely that'll happen. 3 years? Yeah, 1 day a year for 3 years now. Oh, but last year, he then also wanted me to play the part of his daughter's birthday as well. Wait a second. Does he have a daughter or not? Had. Seems she died 4 years ago. Oh. Yeah, I seem to attract that kind of people for some odd reason. Do I dare ask, what kind of people exactly? Nobody. I said nothing. Give me a moon blast, would you? Sure. One Moonblast coming up, and again, it's a specific drink, so here we go. Let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Never said a big drink, so I'll just assume it's a small one. No relation to the Hadron Cannon you can see on the moon for 1 week every month. So let's see, all on the rocks and blended. So let's get some ice in there. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, Bronson extract. 1 powder delta. 1 Flunnergade. And 2 Carmentrine. It's on the rocks, and we just need to mix it so hard that it starts blending itself. And there we have a Moonblast. Here you are. There's something interesting about this drink. I don't actually like it, but for some reason I can't stop drinking them either. Tastes a bit like sugar drowned in pure alcohol. Small wonder you feel like that. There's something I've been meaning to ask you, by the way. Yes, I'm single, and I don't mind that you're a girl. Do you actually mind what anyone is? Not at all. Anyway, I can assure you it's not about that. But do all DFC 72s look like kids? Well, yes and no. At a factory, we look like kids because our developmental needs to be as close to human as possible. Then you look like babies outside the factory? Nope. Every fresh DFC 72 looks about 10 to 13. It makes it easier to upgrade later. Upgrade? Once a DFC 72 passes 3 maturity tests, it can opt for a factory upgrade. Said upgrade alters its body to something a bit much older. Some go for it, some don't. Will you choose to go through it? I don't know. Right now, I'm a rarity. I would have thought that you would have been an Applejack, but who am I to judge? You don't find many like me in my line of work, so I have an advantage. And besides, I really need that advantage, you know? Really? How so? Well, when people hire me, half the time, it's not because I'm me. The amount of role-playing I have to do on a normal night is ridiculous. So, if I stop looking underage, I guess I'll lose my advantage over everyone else. Never thought about it that way. Though, should I really be thinking about it at all? I mean, maybe I'll go through with it if I ever decide to retire or something. But for right now, I'm just fine the way I am. I see. Good evening, Jill. Welcome to... Oh? Does this happen a lot? Not really. It would happen less if Jill would just let people call her Jules. Call me Jules, and I'll make sure every time you sit, you hear the cling of your shaker. Fine, fine. I'll be with you in a moment, Jamie. Just let me finish here. Sure. No hurry. Hello, sailor! Well, hello, little lady. Just call me Dorothy. You're Jamie, right? Nice to meet you, Dorothy. Hey! Let me buy you a drink! Oh, no, I couldn't possibly let you do that. Nonsense! I insist! I got a hefty bonus the other day, and today I'm in a good mood. Well, I suppose it would be impolite of me to reject. Alright then, I'll take your offer. Yay! Honey, I'll have a big sunshine cloud. I'll be fine with just a gut punch. Come on, don't be stingy. Ask for something more expensive. Thanks, but I'd rather not. Man, that girl puts me on edge with the way she addresses people. Alright then, in that case I'll get your orders. So the first time we're making 2 orders. Let's see, 1 big sunshine and 1 gut punch. So press next after the first mix to make the second drinks. Make sure that both are made before serving. So first off, sunshine cloud. We are looking for Tutu and whatever. Tastes like chocolate milk with a good smell intact. Didn't mention anything about alcohol, so I'll just assume no. 1, 2, 1, 2. Nothing else. All on the rocks. And blended, so not to mix, but to blend. So there's a sunshine cloud. Next drink, we are looking for a gut punch.
Gut punch. I punch you in the gut with my spine.
And again, it's a bit of a manly drink that's strong with a bitter taste. Didn't mention any alcohol, so we'll just assume that it's... oh, no ice. Let's see, 5 Bronson extracts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 Flannergeed. No. Carmatine. All of it aged. Mix it up a little bit. Boom. And with that, we got both a Sunshine Cloud and Gut Punch. Here you go. Is this your I don't know what I'm doing, so have this order? I heard restaurant standards do that from time to time. You don't seem too upset by it. Of course not, because I really like this one. Hey, Dorothy. May I ask you something, private? If you need a price list, I have a convenient card with update fees. I can give you a discount if you pay for the room or invite me to dinner. No, thank you. It's not about that. Oh, well then go ahead. I don't think you can ask me anything I've never been asked before. Is it true that the DFC-72 line leaves tracking nanomachines and the other person after... well... after they violate every hole in your body regardless of its original purpose? Yes. This is a semi-myth that nobody has tried to dispel. It's true, but also not true at the same time. Care to explain? We do have tracking nanomachines, but they're released when the body enters alert mode. When we're being assaulted or the like, you know, that way the authorities can chase down the attacker. It's kind of buggy, though. I've heard stories of DFC-72s who marry, get nervous on their wedding night, and then, bam! Their partners end up spending the honeymoons in jail. I see. And besides, I find it myself so much that if any tracking nanomachines were still being released, I'd have to commend their tendency to be honest. There's also this urban myth that those nanomachines help improve performance, but that's just silly. Now I get to ask you something. Sure, go ahead. How much of you is still organic? Just enough that my skin still heals over time. Oh, come on! You know that's not what I meant! I'll tell you that, and nothing more, young lady. Fine. See if I care. Honey, I'm going. I'll leave you with this meanie. Thank you. Please come again. That girl's something else, huh? She is so earnest about what she does that it's kind of hard not to root for her. She also has no qualms about anything whatsoever, and that becomes a problem from time to time. Okay, I'm done here. Right. I'm gonna go and take my... Girl! I need your girly hands for a second here! Coming! I'm sorry, can you take care of him while I help her out? Sure, no problem. I do apologize if I'm taking time away from your break. Don't sweat it. I'm sorry that you'll have to deal with me, though. You're no problem, Jill. Yeah, but you usually seem to have a blast when Gil's the one that's serving you. Anyway, do you want something else? Can you make me a Mars blast? That I can. A Mars Blast. Mars. Better not give him any other kind of blast drink by accident. Well, if we go to M, Mars Blast, and that's the first thing, we'll be fine. So let's see, 6, 7, 11. So we're already going for a normal drink. Impossible to make a larger size. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Powder Delta, 1, 4. Flannergeed, 1, 2, 3, 4. And 2 dashes of Carmetrine. 1, 2. Make sure 10 for 13. 6, 10, 11, 13. Yep. Nothing on ice, nothing aged, so just mix until it's nice and blended. And there's a Mars Blast. See, one of these is enough to leave your face so red that it's actually like the planet. Here you are. Bitter and mind-numbing. Just like the war. Have you been to war? Honestly, Jill, every day we live, life's a war we fight. So you haven't been to a war. None that were official, at least. You know, there's something I've been wondering for quite a while. And what would that be? First, it was how a professional assassin could be so polite and pleasant to be around. Though, I guess your line of work doesn't have to have any bearing on your personality. Thanks a lot. Well, what I've often wondered about is how you can be so calm here. Aren't you worried about the police or the like? Well, first of all, I try to keep everything as clean as possible. Second, I don't come here looking for trouble, so I don't try to raise suspicion. Finally, you can thank your boss for easing my mind about other folks. My boss? Well, I've seen what she's done, so it helps me feel safe here. She could easily take care of things if I went haywire. Haywire? You? Oh, don't mind that. Hard not to mind it if he just said. You wouldn't happen to know how she got her mechanical arm, would you? I heard she lost her original fighting a cyborg wrestler that had gone rogue. Though it's just a rumor, nothing official. Damn, so we still don't know. Well, have you tried asking her? She told me it's more interesting if it's left a mystery, which of course leads to my belief that she might have started some of the rumors herself. Well, of course, because she's her, they would be believable. Who knows, maybe I'll see her in action one day. You honestly should. It's one hell of a show. Well, that's good news to hear. Hey, good news, Jill. The helmet came off, so you can take your break now. Finally. Well, it's always been a pleasure, Jamie. Thank you, Jill. Boss, I'm going on my break. Alright. We get our break time. And what a good time, too. Because I think it's time I take a little break myself. So, if anyone feels the need to grab a quick snack or stretch their leg, this is the absolute best time to do so. Personally, I am going to go to the bathroom. Hopefully, it won't smell like dog piss everywhere. So, yeah. See you in a bit, folks. Alright then, folks, we are back. So, how about we delay the inevitable no longer and get right on back to the game. Also, let's stand up a bit. There we go. Alright, let's head on back to the game. It is now safe to keep playing. But don't shut down your computer just yet. There's still more to do. Also clean the chicken bucket she throws out. Everyone could easily smell the spice from a mile away. I think I'm fine with this one. Let's leave the music as is. You know, you could take a couple more minutes. It's fine. Thanks, though. So, how were you able to get the helmet off? Turns out the release button was gemmed with ashes. Whoever owns that helmet made sure to use it to the point of voiding the warranty. Just be sure to keep it safe, just in case he comes back, alright? Yeah, sure. Now, take it away from me before I feel compelled to put it back on again. Right. Yes, it's open. Great! Welcome to Valhalla. Good evening. What kind of place is this? Did I step into some kind of afterlife? Do you often enter places without knowing exactly what they are? Sorta. Kind of. Yeah? Well, this is a bar. A bar? Nice! Nice! Well, in that case, what can I get you? I don't know. I honestly don't drink that much, to be honest. What would you recommend for me? Well, alcohol with or without a side. What kind of drinks would you normally enjoy? I like tea. That's not really something I could work with. What about flavor types? Bitter, but not too bitter? Sorry if that's a bit confusing. Something with a little bitter, but not too much. Maybe something bitter and girly? Let me see what I can get for you. Something like tea, or something not so bitter. Combination of bitter and girly. So let's try bitter drinks. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different stuff. Sunshine Gold. It's a bitter girly drink. That's soft. So there's Sunshine drink. Gut Punch. It's a manly drink, so that's a no. Pile Driver. Hell no. Suplex. Nope, manly. And Grizzly Temple. No. So, at least, the only bitter drink that qualifies as a girly drink is a Sunshine Cloud. And knowing her would drink tea, but nothing too extravagant. So how about we do 1, 2, 1, 2. Didn't want something with alcohol, so we'll just leave it at that. On the rocks and mix until nice and blended. And there we go. We have ourselves a Sunshine Cloud. Here, try this. Ooh, yeah, this will do just fine. Thanks. You know, you don't look like you're from around here. So what brought you by, miss? Oh, I'm the star that always shines in the dark night sky. I'm the glow that will guide you through your sorrow. I'm the northern light that will show you your dreams. I'm Kira Miki. So, should I call you Miss Miki or Miss Kira? No, you're not getting it. I'm just Kira Miki. Here, let me help you. I'll say Kira, and you say Miki, okay? Okay. Kira! Miki. No. Put more spirit into it. Kira! Miki. Almost there. Kidda! Miki. Kidda! Miki. Kidda! Miki. Kidda! Miki. That's it. Are you feeling it? Kidda! Miki. Kidda! Miki. Kidda! Miki. And don't you ever forget it. Just what the hell am I doing out here anyway? Jamie, where were we? Right, I was telling. Wow, you're good. Thank you. You know, it's nice to know I still have it. Especially since I have a concert in a bit. A concert? Wait a minute. You're the Lilum that's putting on a concert tonight? I'm one Lilum who is putting on a concert tonight. I don't know if I'm the same Lilum that you're looking for. And what exactly are you doing all the way down here? Well, they were making last preparations for the concert, so I decided to sneak out a bit. My producer is always obnoxious while that's going on, so I just decided to leave. I saw one of the concerts posted outside and decided I'd check this place out. Just that. Isn't it a bit dangerous? But won't your producer be mad once you get back? He will. But to be fair, it's not the first time I've done this. And besides, he still needs me to do the concert anyway. I see. So, how big is this concert anyway? We planned for a bit over 100,000 people and sold out fast. So, we managed to secure ourselves another show in a couple of weeks. Oh, well, that's nice. Yeah, I may not have as many fans as other performers, but mine are very loyal, and that's nice. Over 100,000 isn't many? What exactly is? Hold on a sec. So what you're saying is, based on your little demonstration before, I should call you Miss Miki, right? You don't get it. Let's start from the top. I'll just call you Miss Idol then. Oh, I like that. Hey, do you have anything soft? Soft? You mean alcohol-free? No, I meant soft as in soft. Soft. Let me see what I can get you. Something soft. I wonder if she means alcohol-free or something else. Well, let's see. Check by name. Could be Fluffy Dream, since Fluffy is usually a soft thing. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Fluffy Dream here, especially since it's a girly drink. Let's see. A couple of these will make your tongue feel velvety. More of them and you'll be sleeping soundly. So we'll give this a shot. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And knowing her, she has to perform, so we'll keep out the Karmatrine. All of it needs to be aged, and then mixed up. Mix it up a bit, and boom! We have ourselves a Fluffy Dream. See if that works. Try this. Yeah, this'll do. Thanks! I had a feeling. Hey, have you considered being more theatrical when serving your drinks? Huh? Yeah, you know, like spinning bottles and lighting drinks on fire. You know, that kind of stuff. When I was in college, I tried going to a party once. The bartender who tried doing those drinks gave me a nasty bump on the forehead when the bottle slipped out of his hand. I don't know, I get the feeling those kind of theatrics usually feel pointless and seem to slow down the process of, you know, actually making the drink. Yeah, but never underestimate the power of putting on a good show. It can feel incredible and very rewarding, you know. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind. Hey, is this glass important? Depends on why you're asking. Do you want me to sign it? Oh, Sure, I guess. No guessing. Are you sure or not? You know what? Yeah, do as you please. Okay then, who should I make it out to? Maybe for my boss? I wonder if Gil would like it though. Your name, girl? Oh, for Jill then. For Jill. Never lose your star. From Kira Miki. Oh, that's a pretty autograph. Thanks! No, thank you, actually. So I'm guessing someone with as many fans as you has their fair share of stalkers, right? Well, there are two kinds of people that obsess over me. There are the shy ones that follow me everywhere, hiding just out of sight. And then there's my fan club. So what's the difference between them? The fan club follows me around a lot too, but they usually keep a distance. Actually, I think they're outside waiting for me right now. I see. They're also very organized. They make pretty good soldiers. The others, the stalkers, are a bit sneakier and don't act in groups. I'm guessing those stalkers must be a bothersome then, huh? Actually, they're not too bad. Stalkers are nice when you get used to them. I remember one once protected me from being mugged. There's also another that breaks into my house once a week in order to make me breakfast. And she fails to see the problem. I just wish that they would leave my underwear drawers the same way that they find it. I take pride in how neatly I organize my underwear, you know. I take pride in my old liquor collection, so I guess it's the same. No, wait. It isn't! Yeah, you get me, Jill. Okay, how about one more drink before I go? By now the stage should be all organized, so the fallout should have settled. You sure it isn't a bit late for a concert? It's part of my gimmick. I always make concerts go from night till dawn. So in this one, I'm supposed to close with a song called Sunshine Stone. So if everything goes as planned, and the weather forecast is accurate, the sun should come out just as I reach the climax of the song. I'd be depressed if they asked for Your Love is a Drug as an encore, though. That sounds nice. Hey, I need to make people feel their ticket was worth the ridiculous price, you know? Don't you think it sucks to pay for something only to find out you shouldn't have bothered? Yeah. One time I bought some expensive coffee in this one cafe. It tasted like filthy water with cream. Still don't know if it was the coffee or the girl that solved it, or served it, but either way it was bad. Man, that sucks. Speaking of which, do you have anything bitter? I really need to wake myself up. Let me see if I can find something for you. She wants something bitter. Maybe something to sober herself up a bit. So if we want bitter, usually something with little to no alcohol.
Anyway, I would like to stay. I'm gonna go poke Constantine, see how it's going.
I was gonna say, he is streaming Half-Life. I'm surprised you didn't raid him, but either way, I appreciated your raid. Thanks for stopping on by.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't on, neither was Pan, so since you were on, I said, you know what, I haven't raided you in a while, so why not?
That's fair.
Anyway, take care.
Then. So let's see. There is a sunshine cloud. We'll save that as a possibility. Gut punch. Supposed to mean a punch to make your innard made of innards, but the same could be feel when you're actually drinking it. I feel like if you wanted something really bitter to wake you up, this is probably it. But let's see. Bitter pile driver. That has alcohol, so no thank you. That one. No thank you. This one's kind of unmeasurable. It's mostly for fans of the movie who it was used in. Probably not. So we'll just go with the gut punch here. So let's see, $80 when compared to the sunshine cloud, which again feels like it's a soft girly drink that's bitter. So how about we'll go with the gut punch. It costs less, but if you want something that'll give you that kick to sober you back up, this is probably the best one. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1. No alcohol. All of it aged and mixed. And boom. Gut punch. Try this. Yeah, this works. So how is it? Could be a bit sweeter, but it's delicious. So she would have preferred the sunshine cloud. But you know what? That's her loss. I figured it was for waking you up, so really nice. Thanks! By the way, I hope you aren't offended by this question, but I can see that you enjoy what you do, but how much of it is about the music? I'll let you know that before becoming Kiramiki, I was a very accomplished pianist. I had concerts every week and part-time in bars with a jazz band. I still write and compose my own songs. Whoa. So why the change then? You know, going from jazz and piano to just pure idol. Have you ever thought about the power music has over people? Every single day of my life. Let's just say every single day of my life I feel that. You could argue that it's just noise, but it can make you feel a wide range of emotions. And that power is universal. It can transcend language and culture. Very true. Very true. Even if you can't pronounce Japanese or speak fluent in Spanish, German, French, Italian, what have you, if you know good music, that's a language anyone can understand. Being in a jazz band or performing recitals, I can only take that power to so many people. But being an idol, I can take that power and spread it far and wide. Kids and adults, men and women, they all have access to my music, and I can reach each and every one of them. Wow. So, what music do you like, Jill? I'm not too picky, though I do prefer the versions with no lyrics. Oh? Why is that? I don't know. I just like listening to music while working, and I feel like the lyrics would distract me a bit. Besides, it always bothers me when people nonchalantly start singing songs with creepy lyrics. I think only half of the listeners actually care about what's being said. Aww, that's a bummer. I'd give you a copy of my latest CD, though I don't have any at the moment right now. Don't sweat about it. Okay then, I'm out. Thanks for helping me pass the time, Jill! Sure thing. Please come again. I'll make sure of it. You sure she's gonna be alright? Knowing her, she'll be fine. Do you think she'll come back? Usually I'd say no, but honestly in this case I have no idea. Hey boss, we're done! Alright. You feel like going to that girl's concert? Nah, I don't think so. Don't have any tickets anyway. Hey boss, does the name Red Comet ring any bells? Why? That was my moniker during my wrestling days. Huh? That's what they called me during my time in the Grand Slam Fighters. They saw me coming, but they couldn't stop me before I crashed into their heads. Any reason for it being red specifically? That way I was 3 times faster. So how'd you find that out? Do you like wrestling? A client mentioned it yesterday when he saw you. I just kind of remembered it. Ah, I see. You know, I should take you to a wrestling match sometime. I think you'd probably like it. Maybe. In any case, Gil's cleaning the glasses today, so I'll leave now. Take care. Oh, and boss? Please don't cram anything onto your head without thinking, please. Yeah. See, 2 mistakes, was it? Wait a minute. Was that the one with the mixture? I gave him what they wanted. She wanted the sunshine cloud. He wanted the gut punch. I gave it to him. Oh well. If we started with 18 something, we still made a profit out of it. So I guess I shouldn't complain, but I still gave them what they wanted. Whatever. Let's see, make sure to have 800. Jill is humming, your love is a drug. Buying this song will help prevent you from getting too distracted. Yeah. So let's see. Ah, this must be it. Has a download code for it. Your love is a drug. Yep. This is what I need. Let's see. Doesn't seem like anything else is necessary, so I'll leave. Jill bought what she wanted, and she's pleased with herself. She will surely focus at work. Let's see, did that idol really show up? Or is she like the ghost? Hey. Anyway, oh, there's the idol page. So first off, check out the discussions. Mickey Concert 3. In the last thread, Anon hates fun. I don't want fights. Let's see. You people are so immature. What's wrong with being a guy in danger you? Why do you care if we assume you're a girl anyway? Fuck off, dudes in danger you. Let's go back to the concert, please. 2070X, and you stupid idiots still care about petty shit like this. He started everything by mentioning he is a guy. Anyway. We should gather somewhere to take the train to the stadium together. Not a bad idea. We can make up an official Danger You meetup. Danger You meetup. Like I'd want to be seen in front of a bunch of ugly girls in front of my friends. Okay, next thread, I'm going to moderate the fuck out of this. No more shit posting. This thread is closed. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious how such a meetup would end up. See this one. In the last thread, no shit posting allowed. Did that one Anon left? Yeah, I think so. I never left. I was just lurking to not cause any trouble. Don't worry, we're here for you. Any ideas for the great revelation? Do you know if you like her yet? Look, I just don't want to ruin friendships is all. We know each other since we were very young. So she's your childhood friend? It's like one of my Japanese animes! Yeah. Okay, this is what you have to do. When Miki ends singing Love is in Paradise, you kiss her. Kiss? Of course! Just try to imagine how magical that moment would be. With the fireworks and the epic guitar solo. I will think about it. This thread is closed. So, how was your first kiss? I tripped into a guy. Hurt like hell. Let's see. Alice_Rabbit, thread 2. Electric Boogaloo. God damn it! Anyway. Stop forcing Alice. So we hate Alice now. Good! It's just that we haven't heard any news yet. Remember that time they posted here to announce an attack? Lol, yeah. And I remember the cybercrime unit up the admin's ass. December 14th will come the second retribution. Birthday is coming! That fun. Oh boy, spooky fun. It's happening! Time for despair! Oh shit! Fuck! The fuck, wait. I just got out of jail. I'm not going back. Do you know what happens to people with IPs on the wrong thread? Hi, Cybercrime Unit. I just want to let you know that I'm not Alice, but in fact your mom. Why are you gals so nervous? The only one getting fucked is the admin. Admin's fur. Fuck off, Alice. Not this shit again. Thread is closed. Spooky. That or a nice joke. let's check the blog. What I do to relax. By Miki. It's been very hectic as of late, so I'd like to share with you what I do to relax. Sitting on rooftops. I'm on the road most of the time, so I don't have a specific rooftop to relax to. I like to feel the breeze and see a beautiful vista. It makes me think about life. Tea cocktails. Oh, this is something I can't live without. Mixing tea with vodka, rum, gin, lime, you name any tasty and natural combination, and I'll be all over it. I'm very careful about getting tipsy before a show, though. I wouldn't like to ruin your evening. Huh. So that's what she meant by a tea-like drink. Dome concert. Hi everyone, are you ready for the Dome concert? 'Cause I sure am. I perform in a rather large number of concerts every year. And even then, I can't help but be excited every time I have one around the corner. And it's all thanks to you. Thanks to your energy and love surrounding my life in every aspect. I'm going to perform all your favorite songs, so please be excited. Just one little request though. Please don't wait for me outside the stadium, or my bodyguards will get very angry at you. I wouldn't like to see you hurt, so please don't do it. By bodyguards, does he mean fan clubs or... Thanks, GC. Oh, I love this place! So much energy, so much love! I could feel the optimism in the air. Even after all the struggles, you still came to see me, and I got to experience the loudest, craziest crowd in my whole career. It's beyond speechless! That said, though, I'm excited to announce that we'll have a second date in the city. It wasn't easy to set up, but I'm so happy my agency approved it. This was by far our biggest show, and I can't wait to experience it again. See you all soon, my darlings. Love, Miki. Huh. So she'll actually come again, huh? Well, that's nice. And before we head out, there's still the augmented eye. Let's see. Is Alice Rabbit a group? The answer here. Of course, Lana Smithy. Who is Alice_Rabbit? Judging by the complexity of the methods they've used to breach all kinds of protected software, some are starting to think this is in fact a group and not a single individual. So, is Alice_Rabbit a group after all? Not the first time this will be a thing. More than half a century ago, a group of notorious hackers rose to prominence, and they called themselves Anon. Ha! They weren't even a threat to real protected data. December 17th. Huh, I should really ask Alma what her take on the Alice_Rabbit is. Quincy. One more civil death. One more civil death and will ban protest by Kimberly LaValle. After numerous protests held around the city, which is caused by an ongoing economic and safety crisis, Glitch City's Prime Minister, Quincy, has made it quite clear that if the rioters take another civilian life, he'll personally write a law to ban any and all kinds of public manifestations. This simply cannot go on, Quincy told AE during a call. They only want to destroy public property. They are actively sabotaging our efforts to recover our beautiful city, and I've decided that if they cause another civilian casualty, I'll do everything in my power to ban protests. The White Knights will have full authorization to use maximum force. Quincy will be running for a second term this next year. Let's ignore that civilian deaths are not by the other rioters. And finally, Neo San Francisco, rocked by an earthquake, million saved. Hey. By, of course, Kimberly LaValle. A powerful 8.6 magnitude tremor has struck the area of Neo Arcadia. Hot damn. From what I could tell on the Richter scale, 8.6, that's a huge ass earthquake. Fortunately, modern science was able to identify the quake almost an hour in advance, providing the city plenty of time to prepare for the worst. During a conference call, Glitch City's Prime Minister Quincy congratulated the rescue team at Neo San Francisco for its rapid response in the wake of a warning. They're an example to follow, and we are certainly looking forward to implement these advancements in earthquake prediction. Here in our beautiful city, Glitch City is not currently known to be a seismic zone, or a seismic zone, however the fuck you want to pronounce it. What we couldn't do with the money he'll use for that anyways. So before anything else, let's save our progress. Just in case I could, but actually, I think that was during the first half, so it doesn't really matter. Just continue onward. And if there is nothing else, I guess we should go to work. And then this will probably be the last day I do before calling it a stream. Evening. Oh, hey there. I was expecting the bar to be different before opening hours, but I guess it's the same tired thing. Alma? Ah. Leonidas. Gillian. Marcello. I stumbled across her on a way in and asked her if she wanted to tag along. Hope you don't mind. Sure, make yourself at home. So where's the boss? Please tell me she didn't put the helmet again on, did she? Nah, she went out for a bit. Don't know exactly what for, but she'll be back. Alright. Hey, Alma, be sure to make yourself comfortable while I prepare. Alright, thanks. So, yeah, I should probably set up some more music. Let's see, where is... Okay. What were you again? Probably be rid of that. Digital Drive, I think, was a good one. Yeah, we'll keep that. Reminisce. Maybe. But we'll get rid of that. Snowfall. I think that one was kind of eh. Yeah, we'll remove that. Let's see. Skyline. Yeah, I'll give that one a shot. Dusk. Although I wonder, was that song also there? 'Cause I'm curious. Your Love is a Drug, that's the one. Sure, we'll put that one in. Let's see. Heart of the City. Sure, we'll go for that. Alright, got mine set. Well, time to mix drinks and change lives. What was that? Oh, nothing. Just something they made me say back in instruction. It's kind of stuck in my head at this point. Huh. I went to a school that made us stand up with our hands on our back when someone came in. That habit didn't run off until high school or so. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Oh yeah, look at this. A glass with a signature. I'll assume it's either an autograph or an impromptu medicine recipe. That's Kiramiki Girl. Actually came in here yesterday before her concert, actually. Oh yeah, now I see her name. You don't seem very surprised. I like B-Link more, actually. The static-looking duo, right? Yep, those. Seems you had a better day than mine yesterday. I had to break up with Damien. I I see. Want a drink to help cool off? You don't seem very surprised. Alma, we've known each other for, what, a few years now? I'd be interested if those relationship of yours went further than a week or two. You say you broke up, but there's usually not enough time to foster something to break. It's more like, that guy wasn't what I was looking for or wanted in life, so I just stopped flirting with him. You could pretend to be a little bit more interested, you know. It's like my mom says, if you don't buy it, it's because you know the product. Speaking of buying, do you want a frame? A frame? Yeah! You know, for all these pics of you that you have with your boss. The ones filling your phone's memory. Some seem sneakily taken at that. Oh, is that true? What do you care? And how the hell did you find that out? So it is true! Shut up! Well, I'm a hacker, remember? You shouldn't piss off a hacker. Aw, I really like this one of hers sleeping in her office. I think I'll copy it. You! Hey, can you make me a bad touch before we keep arguing? Sure. Alma wants a bad touch. Well, that makes it simple. Let's see. 2, 4, 6, and 10. You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals, so let's do it like they do with bad touch and channels. Do it again now. No, that didn't really work. I'm sorry. So it's a classy vintage sour drink. Let's see. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, none of the reds. 2, 2, 2, and 4. All on the rocks and mixed. Mix, 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 and boom! We got ourselves a bad touch. Here. Who gives these drinks their silly names anyway? I don't know. Usually the one who registers it. Some people have quite the silly sense of humor, you know? Oh, you mean like that girl who keeps laughing over this particular drink's name? Yeah. Yeah. So, if you do want me to care, who is Damien anyway? You know, the one with the nice car. I mean, sure, he's also the manager of the bank, but that car is what particularly caught my eye. And what was wrong with him anyway? Turns out he was a LARPer. LARP? Live action role-playing. Which, of course, if you know an RPGer, that could be potentially scary in one thing. They usually keep it to themselves. If they are LARPing, those are the true horrors. In fact, Spoonie said it best in a joke. And so LARPing was born! Dignity died shortly thereafter. And it's true. Like, it's one thing if you're like me and voice acting to get into the role. It's not like I'm actually going to dress up like the characters and then act like that. And even if I did, it's for a brief moment. It's called cosplay. Get a bit of class in there. Sounds more like the nickname of a very heavy-handed writer. Or a military organizer. So what exactly did he live roleplay as? Have you ever heard of the Woodstock Fairs? Oh, you mean those events where people rarely dress, stink, roll in the mud, and or fuck in the open? Those are hippies. Yes. He frequents those, and it's something I'd rather not deal with. At all. Besides, if I had stayed with him, I'd eventually have to. I mean, I need to support my partner in what he does, but if it's something like that, you see, that's your problem right there. You say breaking up like you had something formal, but most of the time, you're still getting to know him. I mean, think about it. Have you ever ended your longest-lasting relationships for things like those? Okay, sorry for not using the right word or whatever, but I'm still sorely disappointed. And at least I'm trying to get some action. What was the last time you spent the night with something anyone else. Last night. For the record, your cat doesn't count. Fine. A year ago. It was messy. See? I mean, I have no idea how you deal with that. Personally, if I were you, I would have pushed Fuckboy over there into the closet ages ago. Fuckboy? People have different nerds and priorities. And by nerds, I mean needs. Well, yeah, but don't you at least miss having the warmth of someone else at your side? Using them as a pillow, mixing your perfume with theirs, putting your head on their chest, listening to them as they breathe as you pat their heads, dozing off knowing that they're there, watching you and protecting you. Jill? Is there anything else I can make in order for you to shut up and drink? Well, I'll have you know that my uncle Juan taught me ventriloquism back when I was 12. Drinking will never stop me from talking. That or making tasteless puns about for Aunt Rosa. Still, why don't you get me something weird, won't you? Huh. Ventriloquism. Weird. Do you want a weird drink? Yeah, something different. Experimental. Uncommon. Let's see. A weird drink, eh? Promo drinks fit that bill easily. Alright, so if we're looking for promo drinks, we have our choice between Grizzly Temple, Bloom Light, Zen Star, and then the Piano Man / Woman. This one's kind of unbearable. It's mostly for the fans of that one movie that was in. Let's see, what else? Bloom Light. It's so unnecessarily browned. Let's see, 4, 5, 7, 10. All aged on the rocks and mixed, so Bloom Light could be something. Zen Star. Not sure about that one. Piano Man. This drink does not represent the opinion. Think of anything. Best drink I'm thinking of is Bloom Light. Especially since it's unnecessarily brown. How could that be any more weirder? So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, bronze and extract. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. All aged on the rocks and mixed. And there we have a Bloom Light. Here. Yeah, this definitely fits the bill. It's a promotional drink made to commemorate a movie. Read, they leapt at the chance to sell drinks that would be unmarketable otherwise. Oh. You know, your orders are weird today. Oh, they are? Yeah, usually the first thing you ask for is a brand teeny, and then something like a cobalt velvet or something similar. Well, I sometimes feel like I need something different every now and then, you know? Well, something tells me part of the reason you left this Damien guy was because he was too deep into routine. Maybe. Hey, speaking of routines, as a hacker, what's your opinion on this whole Alice_Rabbit thing? Now that's the silence of somebody who just heard something stupid. Stupid enough to warrant the speech that they have prepared just for occasions like this. How very perceptive of you, as always. You know, decades ago, there was this group of people that hacked simple sites with a, quote, agenda, end quote. Can't remember what they used to call themselves. I just remembered that it was all just petty vandalism. Anyway, everyone that participated started using that same name. They wanted to create this anonymous anarchist's identity. This whole Alice_Rabbit thing is the logical conclusion of that. It's what happens when that idea reaches its breaking point and goes mainstream. It is no longer a group, but rather an individual. An untouchable entity watching from the shadows, monitoring and judging everything anyone does. Observing, tolerating no one but itself. A lot of bullshit for what's essentially a pet for press made-up. The antithesis of your usual boogeyman, if you must. So, you don't think such a person even exists? Don't know. Honestly, don't rightly care. I mean, yes, we have seen the actions of such an entity, but it might just be anything. Individual, a group, an AI program for all we know. But that's not taking into account all the copycats and pranksters that could also potentially be using the same name. So, Alice_Rabbit is a thing that exists, but it's also really muddied overall. I don't know, there's just something else that worries me as well. That kind of story always catches the attention of kids and such. They start trying to hack stuff without knowing the risks or consequences. Imagine if you were. Suddenly, a group of tweens broke into this bar and started asking for drinks. That's how it feels for me. And it's all thanks to that damned Alice_Rabbit thing. I see. But enough of that. There's a more pressing matter at hand. There is? Yeah. You've been delaying my invitations for hanging out sometime for too long. Oh. That. Do you really hate me that much, Jill? Does my presence make you feel that uncomfortable? No, at this rate, I might just crash by your apartment. That way you can't just say no. Maybe I'll also crash for the night. We can have a sleepover, braid our hair, tell stories all night, shower together. You know, you do need some human warmth in that place. Your tits alone would fill my entire bathroom. Man, you are too nonchalantly. It's no fun. React a little bit. Let me tease you for a second. I refuse. In all seriousness, though, any particular reason you keep turning me down in my invitations? I mean, it's not a date. I just want to have a conversation with you outside these four walls. Honestly, I'm not a morning person. I registered for a night shift precisely to avoid waking up early. The earliest I've asked you out is 10 a.m., you know. That's early morning by my standards. I mean, it's not that I don't want to hang out. I just don't want to wake up so early. You are hopeless, I swear. Anyway, I'm gonna need another drink here. Like, say, a big Brantini. Finally! Now that's the Alma I know. A big Brantini. Easy enough. So Brantini is 6, 9, 10. And yep, it's enough to make it big. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And she wants to double it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Powder Delta. 1, 2, 3. Doubled. 1, 2, 3. And Carmotrine. 1. Doubled. 1. Let's see. All aged and mixed. And we have a double Brandini. Here. You know, Brantini is such a weird name. Well, it was originally supposed to replicate the Martini. Only problem is the BTC got a hold of it and a brand of vermouth that was named after a certain automobile company. So, on a weird whim, they then changed the name. I see. You know, I was wondering. Yeah? Don't you worry about what the people you work for might be doing with the information you provide them? Not really. You don't? Do you ever worry about what happens when people leave this place drunk? Not really. Most of the time. Well, neither do I. So why should you? Do you get people drunk? Some say my beauty is intoxicating, but that's besides the point. I get my payment, do my job, and forget about the whole thing. You make your job sound so easy. Well, once you understand what precautions to take, it's no problem. And besides, I've always found my job to be quite entertaining. However, most of my contracts are consultancy-based gigs. It's not like every day is a thrill. Do you meet with your clients, or I don't? It's always from behind, as many filters as I can manage. I remember I once did a job where I had a couple of kids relaying letters. For security reasons, right? Actually, because that way I lose a lot less time. I don't have to deal with clients hitting on me or pestering me after the job's done. I also don't have to lose time providing my worth because big boobs equals small brain or some shit like that. I mean, protecting my identity is one of the reasons, but the few times I've shown myself, they weren't even risky or dangerous jobs. Just your average run-of-the-mill security checks. I don't know. Maybe I need something to show up as a disheveled nerd or something. You know, give them what they expect to see. Or I just don't show up and save myself the trouble. Well, why all the questions then? Just things I've been curious about and always forget to ask. So many Alice_Rabbit headlines have made me wonder about the hacking business too. Oh! I'll remember to ask you things next time then. Well, I should take my leave now. See ya! Take care. Hello, Sugar. Ow! Hello, Sugar. Ah! Hello, Mr. Donovan. Like my pop used to say, never touch the ass of a woman with metallic arms. I think it's more plastic and carbon fiber. They're hard as fuck, and that's all my abdomen felt. Do you normally greet people that way? Hey, I'm a man that can't contain himself when he sees something he likes, kid. Oh, but don't you worry. You're safe. You're flatter than the field on my summer house. A word of advice. You probably shouldn't provoke the one serving your drinks. Or food, for that matter. Don't be offended, kid. You have your audience. I'm just not a part of it. Today I'm making this a quick one. Gotta tend to my business in a while. Though, having said that, I'll just have the usual. The usual, he says. Mr. Donovan wants the usual. Can't believe it. 3 days and he's already having a usual drink. Well, considering the type of person he is and how much he wants, a double dose of beer. So, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, 2, 4, 2, 4, 8. 2, 4, 2, 4, 8. There we go. Nothing aged, nothing on ice, just all mixed. And we have ourselves a beer. The usual. Sure, this'll work. So, Mr. Donovan, what brings you in today? That girl I interviewed yesterday is coming again in a couple of weeks. So, I was working to clinch an exclusive interview. Did you manage to succeed? Who the hell do you think you're talking to? I'm Donovan D. Dawson, and I always get what I want. Sure, I had to blackmail the editors of other outlets, but the end result is what matters. I see. Wait, blackmail? You'd be surprised with that kind of stuff. You find out when you get the right people drunk. Hey, signature on that glass over there. Oh, yeah. That big-titted Lilum was here? She came yesterday before the concert, yeah. So, anything juicy come out of her visit? No. Gossip-worthy? No. Tabloid-worthy? No. Oh, come on! There has to be something! Well, her love for what she does is so honest and pure that anyone who tries to ruin it should be ashamed. Oh, don't give me any of that shit! Throw me a bone here! Anything! Sorry, got nothing. Oh, come on, everyone has a price. How much for you to spill the beans? I'm serious here. She said nothing that could be used against her, or that you didn't already know about. Fine. Hey kid, do you think Lilum has nipples? Excuse me? I mean, I've seen a couple of pornos where they have them, but for all we know, they could be modded. Am I right? So yesterday, while interviewing that singer Lilum chick, I kept wondering if those tits had nips on them. I mean, I'd be fine without them, but it's just the curiosity that's killing me. But I'm even more curious about the engineers that designed them. Can you picture a room full of people discussing whether or not the tits on a Lilum look good? I mean, a bunch of guys and a lesbo engineer wondering if the latest model's vagina is good enough. Man, God bless those sons of bitches. Any interesting preview of tomorrow's news articles? You expect me to share my information when you wouldn't even share your scoop of the singer? Well, how can one share when there's honestly nothing to share? Well, I'm gonna be a good citizen today and let this one pass. So, have you heard of a group called the Harbingers? Nightmare the Harbingers? No, not really. Well, turns out there's some group wanting to overthrow the White Knights. I read their manifesto in the bathroom once. Interesting piece and better makeshift toilet paper. They talk about how the organization is corrupt, full of mob bosses or something like that. I think I've heard about that somewhere. Well, what of them? Well, they sent a message to some outlet saying that they have proof of their claims. That they're gonna release it to the public tomorrow. Oh. That'd be interesting to see. I know, right? Alright, kid. Give me a Bleeding Jane so I can call it a day. Alright then. He wants a Bleeding Jane. That's a change of pace. And since it's an original name, here we go. No alcohol whatsoever. It's a sobering, spicy classic. Let's see. And knowing him, he wants a big drink, so 1, 2, 5, 8, 11, 14. So 1, 3, 4, 7. Yep, that one makes sense for 14. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nothing on ice, nothing aged, but all blended. And here we have a Bleeding Jane, Bleeding Jane, Bleeding Jane. Oh, hi, Jane! Here. Simple enough for you, I see. So, I've heard this Dana Zane's bar. Is that true? Yeah? Never thought I'd hear about the undefeated of the West again. More so after that incident with the Bears. Where is she, anyway? She's out running some well, hold on. Bears? Yeah, 6 years ago, a cash-strapped Dana Zane entered an underground ring for money. Faced 10 enraged grizzly bears. She beat them all without even killing them. I heard she set them free afterwards, too. And you were there? I was drunk and bored. What can I say? Do you happen to know if she lost an arm during that? Can't remember. Too drunk. She probably had a prosthetic then, too. I heard someone there suggested that she even lost it after throwing a baseball out of some stadium. Threw it so hard her arm fell off. But that sounds like unsustainable rumor, if if you ask me. More like something she made up. Well, I gotta go. Maybe next time you see Dana, thank her for winning my second yacht. I knew that betting on her was the right choice. Please come again. Yeah. Oh, break time already? Oh well. Not gonna complain about that. Gives me a chance to drink. Anyway, let's save that data. And if nothing else, let's get back to the game. It's now safe to keep playing. And if you are thinking about Lilims and their nips, please stop shoving your dick inside those decking units. It doesn't work that way. I like the music. Let's keep it as is. Ah, boss, you're back. Yeah, sorry not being here earlier. What were you doing anyway? Turns out I had a brief meeting with the BTC regional manager. Oh, is everything alright? Considering that we're closing down eventually, it's as alright as it can be. When will that happen? Don't know. Brian said that we'll be safe for a few months while the paperwork is filled and everything's being put in order. Oh. I was also talking to him about you. About me? Yeah. I was telling him to do whatever it takes to ensure you don't spend too much time without a job. If possible, to reassign you ASAP after closing. Hey, if it helps, Brian might be the angriest of us all, really. They want to close the only bar in the whole area that hasn't given me any headaches, he'd always say. So what about Gil? He's the one that worries me the most, actually. He's kind of working using the credentials of another guy that was working here before. Oh, who was that? The one who brought a Leviathan potion and then threw himself off a building. Alright. The levitation potion story. That's what she meant. So you use weird... You use weird euphemisms, boss. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that Gil will find another job after all this. So just who is Gil anyway? Well, I got an idea of who he is, but I'm still putting the pieces together. Anyway, imminent closure is no excuse to slack off, so back to work. Yes, sir. You guys do know I can hear you, right? Huh, this place looks familiar. Excuse me, is this the Valhalla Bar? It sure is indeed. Welcome to Valhalla. Oh god. What is Say planning now? Excuse me? I want a drink whose name was changed after many women protested. Can you get me that? Sure. Let's see. What was that drink whose name was changed after people caused it to stink? Obviously, it was supposed to be a pretty woman, but they changed it to a piano woman because they wanted an equivalent to the piano man. So that's an easy one. Because people complained, and it was changed. So 5-5, we already know it's a double. So on its own right, I should say. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So that's be 5, 10, 13, 15, 18, and 18. Let's see, all of it aged and mixed. And here we have our pretty woman, or piano woman, I should say. Here you go. Very nice. Thanks a lot. So, you know, say, Miss... I'm Stella Hoshi. My pleasure. Yeah, I know her. She said she's been here before, yes? Yep. In fact, I'm glad you know her, because she left this here last time. Oh, God. So she left her helmet behind again. This isn't the first time? Her helmet has always been picked up by all sorts of people in the last 3 months. Valets, nurses, morticians, fire jugglers. She's been lucky enough to always leave it with people who return it at least. Man, that's quite a few people. Say's as much of a sociable girl as much as she's a total klutz. Still, at least when she's not being serious. She is very competent when she puts her mind to it. Also, how's it going, Tall Panzer? I'd assume you've been lurking this whole time, and if that's the case... There we go. If you weren't lurking, my apologies, but if you were, thank you for the lurk. I see. So, did she recommend you to this place, or... We're meeting here today. I can see why she chose this place. It would be the kind of place that she likes. Say, is that Kiramiki's autograph on the glass? Seems like this glass is a conversation starter. Nice. Yeah, it is. How did you get it? She actually stopped by in here yesterday, just before her concert. Really? She did. Yeah, very nice girl. Can I see it? Sure. Yep, that star-like signature is definitely hers. So your name's Jill, then? Yes. Well, ain't this nice? Here you go. Do you like her, Miss Stella? Just Stella's fine. Alright. Well, do you, Stella? I sure do. Whenever you hear her songs, you're filled with so much energy and happiness. Too bad I couldn't purchase any tickets for this one. I mean, they were sold out in mere minutes. Luckily, I could secure a couple for her next time she comes around. Oh, excuse me for a second. Hello? Where the hell are you? Car crash? Oh, you're helping. Will it take long? Alright. Yeah, don't worry. I take it that was Say. Yeah, will you wait for her? Yeah, I will. In the meantime, I feel like having another drink. How about one that was prepared in memory of its creator's dearest friend? Alright then. Drink in honor of a good friend. Was it the Piano Man? This drink does not represent the opinions of the Pianist Union or its associates. I doubt it was the Piano Man. Or Pile Driver. Let's see. I think it was that one. I get the strong feeling it's the Piano Man. Yeah, with not that much to go by, I'm gonna say it's the Piano Man. So 2, 3, 5. So this is the biggie. So let's see. This one's gonna be all on the rocks, so add ice. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. So let's see. All on the rocks and mixed. Let's see. Looks like I was right. Was this the one you had in mind? Yes, that's exactly it. Yes. Thank you. So, mind if I ask you something that may not be a bit personal? Well, it isn't about my eye, isn't it? No, it's not. Or, at least I don't think so. I usually don't get to serve many cat boomers, so it's something I've been very curious about. Did you go through the procedure because of a disease, or because of the fad? Before I was born, I was diagnosed with nanomachine rejection, so it had to be done, otherwise I would have died shortly after birth. I'm a bit on the weak side because of it, though. Oh, forgive me if I overstepped a bit. Nah, it's alright, I don't mind. It's always nice to dispel the idea that my parents were just into the fad. You seem to know your drinks, though, Jill. Well, I guess I've read a bit more than just a recipe book. So, do you like alcohol? Yeah, but not in the usual way. I don't drink that much outside of canned beer. But their colors, their stories, the way you need to keep them stored, their designs. It sounded a bit silly when I say it out loud. Not at all. So, do you collect them, or anything like that? Actually, yeah. I started with my grandpa's collection, and have been slowly but surely growing it. It's been hard because of my debts, but I still manage, little by little, day by day. Do you like alcohol, Stella? I'm here, aren't I? Though I'm more of a social drinker. Unless, of course, it's with somebody, I usually don't tend to drink much. Yeah, that was kind of me, but considering my heart condition, that's especially true. I see. I'm here. Sorry I'm late. Welcome. You sure took your sweet time. Yeah, sorry. Got caught up in rush hour traffic too, and figured walking might have been a bit faster. Luckily, there was this building with emergency stairs nearby, so I climbed down. Took an air cab. Oh. I would suggest using ground transportation. Still, I am happy to see you put safety first. Safety? Oh, no! Flying cars are just way cooler! I still don't understand how they don't give you motion sickness. If I found out how I avoid it, you'll be the first one to know! Anyway, I'll have whatever she orders next. In that case, I'd like a drink that was... You're at it again. You and your cryptic orders are always leaving us with such weird stuff. Hey, I expect only the best from those who ever serves me. They need to be able to answer these kind of orders. Still, I'm sure you're wearing out poor Jill out here with that kind of stuff. She's done quite well so far, actually. Oh, really? Thank you. Whatever. Please order something normal, would you? Fine. 2 fringe weavers, then. You'll have 2 drinks at once? No, we're sharing. What? Like, half a glass each? Isn't it better if it's 1 for each? Don't worry, you'll see. 2 fringe weavers. Easy enough, and it's exactly what you think. Because yes, I could make 1 huge drink, I could. But what's the fun in that? So, this one is all aged and mixed. 1, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we have 1 and 9. All of it aged, then mixed. There's 1 fringe weaver. And the next one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All but aged. Mixed. So we have one Fringe Weaver, one Fringe Weaver. That's probably why I messed up, because I did next and didn't choose the other slot. Okay, that makes sense. I see where I fucked up beforehand. 2 Fringe Weavers. So this one's for you, and this one's for me. You said you wanted whatever I asked for, right? Oh, that way! Could have said so earlier. Oh yeah, here. Hey, so this is where I left my helmet. Thanks! You really should be more careful with your things. Well, yeah, but I do have spares. Those spares should be saved for when the one you're using breaks or malfunctions, not whenever you lose it. You do realize those helmets cost money, right? Yeah, sorry. Should I say that boss got her head stuck because of a jammed button? Speaking of money, you're still going to that meeting at the bank tomorrow, right? Yep. You worried? Probably best I refrain from now. Well, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. Don't be! It'll be fine. Rumors are just that. Rumors. Rumors? Oh, they say that something might happen at the bank tomorrow. But with all the tension in the air lately, it's kind of hard to know whether it's true or not. As if the fear-mongering wasn't enough, the people have also started spreading baseless rumors. In fact, just yesterday, I had to stop a group of rampaging youngsters that heard the city would be leveled by bombs. Everyone's on edge now. Yeah. I know you're worried, but I have to go there. It's orders from the higher-ups. Tell me something. If somebody came after me, do you think they'd stand a chance? You are quite strong, but I'll take something to protect myself. Be prepared for anything. Would that make you feel safer? Maybe. I'll tell you what. After I come back, we'll get some ice cream. That way, you can vent all of your frustrations. Seems my vehicle is here to pick me up. You come and say? I think I'll stay here a little bit longer. Alright then. You take care. Bye! I swear, she's such a worrywart. Hey, if nothing else, it does mean that she cares about you. I mean, I've never doubted. Say, why does my helmet smell like bacon? Bacon? Not that I mind or anything, I'm just curious is all. Well, you know how some things absorb the smell of what's nearby. It was probably, it must have grabbed it from one of the ingredients. I see. But tell me, do you really believe all that stuff about the tensions growing and that anarchist group trying to disband the White Knights? To tell you the truth, I am a bit worried. Even in my division, there's some shady business going on. But I don't want to investigate too deeply. Well, what kind of business? Well, from what I can understand, things like working with human traffickers or drug dealers. Letting them act as they wish. Some even say the ones that do get apprehended are the ones that have failed them in some way. Stella always says the White Knights are just glorified mall security. She says that if it's been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that some shady business is indeed going on, Saibatsu Corp's main branch would separate themselves from the whole White Knight division. I don't know, something about the Associates' fear of bad PR resulting in them moving to the BTC. Sounds plausible, at least. Yeah, it kind of worries me, though, because I really do love my job. And I guess a similar fear exists among the upper ranks. Lately they seem relentless. Too much politics, then, huh? it hurts my brain. I just want to rescue people and help them, you know? I just want to do my job without worries about politics of any kind. So what are you doing at the bank tomorrow? My colonel needed to relay some information to the manager, and I was picked because he trusted me. Well, he said, "You're a simpleton, that you'd never give the wrong message." But it's his intention that counts. Oh. Finally, the Dorothy has come to Valhalla! Finally, the Dorothy has come to Valhalla! Please refrain from using those sitcom-like entrances. You do realize you're disturbing other clients. Oh, come on! You know the audience would have gone wild with that one! And besides, you make it sound like you have a full house! It is uncommon to see you here 2 days in a row. I wanted to grab something before starting my shift. You know, grab something before they start grabbing me, you could say. Hey, you having a drink? Can I buy you one? Why, yes! Thank you! Honey, you should follow her example and offer me drinks more often. We'll see. Well, what are you having? I guess I'll have whatever she's having. Oh, then I got just the perfect thing! Let's have a blue fairy! One for both? One for each! Alright. Guess 2 blue fairies are due, and in that case, be blue fairies. Let's see, 1. So 5, aged and mixed. One of these will make your teeth turn blue. Hope you brushed them well! In that case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. No ice or on the rocks, but aged and carotene is optional, so just leave it at this. Mix it up a bit, and boom! Just the 1. Down to the next one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Aged and mix. 1 blue fairy, 2 blue fairy. There we go. 2 fairies. Hey, this is pretty good. See? And it's blue like your hair. It is. So, what's your name, sweetie? Call me Say. Alright, Say. I'm Dorothy. Say. Yes, yes. Say! Yes, yes. Say! Anyway, Say, why didn't you just buy me a drink? Well, I just thought you were as cute as a button, so I wanted to invite you to join me. Wow. You had to be the first person to offer me a drink without having an ulterior motive. And that includes Fuckboy over there. What do you mean? Oh, trust me, when you work in my kind of field, you learn to read cues from everything. And this girl is simple to the fault. How so? What you see is what you get type. And that look on your face is one that simply sees no point in lying. Coupled with the fact that you're here in what looks to be your work attire tells me that you're so married to your job that sex is too far down your priority list to notice its existence. So, if you invited me for a drink because you found me cute, and that's the extent of it, I believe you. Thank you. You say she's the first one, but what about Deal giving you a ticket the other day? Who? Oh yeah! The Lilith with the dogs! Nah, he doesn't count. He looked like a humanoid mat. Ouch. You seem very perceptive, Dorothy, but I'm not too far behind. Oh? How so? Well, I can tell your body is heavily modded with things you shouldn't even have. Your tongue is a VA-11 with DNA scanning capabilities. Your skin is coated with an anti-radiation finish. Your joints are of premium, extra flexible variety. And the most important thing, your hands. What about them? I don't know how modded your body is under your clothes. The tongue, the joints, and skin are merely interesting. But your hands are the MIR D113 of Realta Industries, a model designed to shoot Class 5 bullets from its fingertips.
So?
Clause G of Article 17 and the Augmentations and Modifications Law on the topic of ballistic augmentations. Any humanoid or sapient creature under civilian designation that has upgraded any of its person to hold firearms of Class 3 grade or higher will be either commissioned for disarmament or sent to danger zones.
What are you going to do?
Nothing.
What? Nothing?
And I skipped the dialogue, so I can't even see what was said there. I'm assuming it's because, bought the drink, seemed like a nice girl, and just let bygones be bygones.
Oh!
I want to know, though, why go through that upgrade?
The girl's gotta take care of herself, you know? I want to be able to deal with things if they get ugly, and this is the most discreet mod that I had! Or at least I thought so.
Oh, yeah. Okay, then. Well, can I give you some advice?
I guess?
The reason I could tell it's not your default hand model is your fingertips. The tips are a little bigger to make the cannons fit. You could get a smaller mod that changes them into disposable tips, assuming they're being used for self-defense and not for regular use, of course.
I see.
Well, I gotta go now. Ah, yes, one other thing. If you aim for the arms or legs, one's a self-defense. Any more is just pure assault.
Yeah.
Bye, Dorothy. Bye, Jill.
Bye-bye!
Please come again.
I thought she was gonna take me away! They would put my mind in a vacuum cleaner for 3 years!
Too, if I behave well. Well, that's what happens whenever you underestimate people. Although I am tempted to ask.
About what?
DNA reading tongue?
Very prehensile! Intuitive! Also, it vibrates.
Extra flexible joints?
Do you really need to ask?
Anti-radiation coating?
Hey! My skin's my first tool of the trade! I need to take care of it as much as possible! That, and it makes me feel so soft no matter how much it's been battered.
Alright then. So, you fancy yourself a diviner, reading people and all.
Not really. I'm just good at reading people is all. I guess I'm a byproduct of dealing with so many people on a daily basis.
It's a bit surreal to hear that from a melon. So what can you say about me then?
Let's see. You're very, very, very sexually frustrated. It's not the act itself, but rather that your partners can't seem to satisfy you on a deeper level. There's an even deeper frustration. Something happened that's blocking you. Maybe there's someone who you know won't return your feelings. Maybe you were hurt in the past. Thus, your demeanor is that of someone who feels like life is playing tricks on her. Like a dog whose owner never really throws the ball. Oh boy, did I actually hit the nail on the head or what now? Oh, that was just plain rubbish. I say because it's right 80% of the time, though. Generic bullshit, if you will. You'd be surprised at the amount of sexual frustration people hold on to. I can't read you, honey. You're too good at putting on a professional face. But this definitely gives me more insight into you. Lucky!
Aren't you late for something?
I am. But if you let me satisfy your frustrations, I could stall for some time.
Go.
Fine. Bye-bye, honey!
Artificial intelligence has come rather far, eh? One wonders how artificial it remains. Shh. Shut up, fuckboy. Everything done? Yeah. Hey, boss, this might seem random and all, but... do you remember the first time I came into the bar? When you came to submit your contract? Yeah, why? Well, for some reason, I've been hung up on it since this morning, and I just realized why. The visage that welcomed me back then was Gil trying to pull your hand out of a jar. Oh yeah, that. Can't remember what exactly, but something fell inside and I tried to retrieve it. I just kind of put my hand in and it got stuck. It was a friend's jar too, so I couldn't just break it. Hey Gil, how did you manage to get my hand out of there? A straw and some butter. Oh yeah, clever solution. Yeah, and that brings me to the random thought. That incident, the helmet yesterday, how many times your foot got stuck on something for stomping it? Boss, why do you get stuck in so many different things? Huh? Actually, now that you mention it, I remember this one time she tried to eat a big sandwich and her jaw got stuck. Then there was that incident with the TV. I'll admit, my fault with the others, but the TV one was not my fault. The assembly instructions for that stand should have labeled their Z and S's better. You saw what happened when I switched the S2 piece with that 5Z one. Still, Jill is onto something. Yes, she is. Now go clean the dishes and you can leave for today. I'd like to think she'll make an effort now to avoid getting stuck in things. I want to believe. Hey! Flawless bonus! So despite all the earnings I got, half of that is what we got to keep, but it's something, and for once I learned how to not fuck up! Hey! See, Jill's subscription got renewed. She'll have no problem focusing at work today. Happy 3 birthday. You really like that website, huh? I have needs. But yes, let's go ahead, unlock that. No new blog stuff, but there is new stuff for here. However, I feel like sticking with what I said, so let's just save and end it right there. So yeah, this is a good game. Definitely like playing it. If I do go back to it, it'll probably be a random time, whenever. But for now, I think I'm good enough to let it rest for this point. But yes, I'd like to thank you all for watching. Thank you, Kefka, for the 15-month resub. And of course, Mike for not only the co-commentary, but for also the 4-party raid. Truly do appreciate it. So now, the big question comes on who to raid. And I do have some thoughts in mind, but let's just see who else is streaming. I see. Okay, I got a few people in mind, so let me first give a shout out to Duker, who is currently, it says retro, I believe 100% clearing Crash Bandicoot 3. And I'll also give a shout out to Sakura Tsubasa, who is going through Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, no doubt doing another randomizer of sorts. And who else? He's got a pretty sizable crowd right now, so I'll give a shout out to Pan Anning, who is continuing his playthrough of Final Fantasy 15. But with that said, let's go ahead and raid Constantine. Would help if I spelled it correctly. Now, what's our raid message going to be? I think I know just the one. Our raid message will be... Thank you for the raid, Cool Al. Unfortunately, we are going to go ahead and raid Constantine. Okay, so our raid message is going to be, feel free to have our drinks. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. But, yes, that is going to do it for me. I feel bad that you're raiding me, even though I'm already ending my stream and raiding Constantine. But, yes, tomorrow, we are going to be... fun little fact, I am a Marvel fan and know little to nothing about DC Comics. So, I might as well learn about DC stuff aside from Batman by playing some Injustice, God Amongst Men. So, be sure to tune in for that. But until next time, take care and see you all later. I still feel so bad that you raided me just so we could go ahead and end the stream and raid someone else. But even if it's one-party raid, thanks for raiding me, Cool Al. And until next time, see y'all later. Happy raiding, folks.